Hey, everybody, we are Dicey Decisions, and we are here tonight for the first episode of our brand new campaign, Twist of
Hell
Fate.
yeah.
We are going to be taking an adventure through Turn of Fortune's Wheel from Planescape and parlaying that into Vecna Eve of Ruin, taking this campaign from level 3, where we are starting tonight, all the way out to level 20. We have our original Dicey Decisions cast all back here with us, and two of our guests from our Finding Purchase campaign have joined us for full-time characters in this campaign with Brandy and Corin. Super excited to have everybody here. Um, and we're super excited to kick off this new campaign. We've been talking about it for a couple of months as we were wrapping up our Finding Purchase campaign, and have gotten really excited for tonight. In the meantime, we also launched a Monday night campaign that Jack is running with another one of our guests, John, and several new members to our Dicey Decisions family. And they're running through an adventure called Zeros to Heroes on Monday nights. So come check us out right here on Twitch on Monday nights as well. That campaign is just kicking off. Just did a live stream of their session 0 RP over several sessions, and are now kicking off with their first level characters this coming week. So that's also very exciting. Lots of exciting things happening here for us. Super excited to be jumping in. This particular campaign starts out a little unconventional, and some of the players have had a little bit of trepidation over this unconventionality of how we are about to start. And I'm hoping that tonight will put their fears at rest, but also give them a lot to ponder about. So, without any further ado, we are going to kick off this story in the middle.
Yes.
Nothing. You see, you feel, you hear, you taste, you smell. Nothing. And slowly, your senses return. Your skin feels wrapped in a coarse fabric. Your back feels cold against a metal slab. Between your shoulder blades, you feel one respite of warmth, a rectangle in the middle of your back. Please, everybody go ahead and roll me initiative.
I hate campaigns that start slow.
Oh, sorry. I rolled the wrong
I got a
thing.
23.
Ooh.
22.
18.
I got
19.
a 9 for me.
15.
Also a 9.
Kaylin, you open your eyes and you see before your eyes fabric over your face. Faint light bleeds through from beyond the fabric. What do you do?
Coughing gently, just reach up and start pulling at the fabric to try and free up my eyes.
As you do, you realize that you have no recollection of this place, of where you are, of who you are. And as your senses come back to you, you realize that you are naked underneath this piece of raw muslin against your fur, as it were. Describe to our audience what they see as you pull back this muslin over your face.
So Kalen pulls it back, and he's a brown and white fur covered humanoid, standing a solid 4'3", but 5'6" if you count the ears. The fur is brown on the legs with a fluffy white tail. Starting at his waist, the fur bisects his body, split between brown on the right and white on the left, in an abstract pattern. Beneath the fur is a very toned muscle structure, including broad shoulders and the frame of a warrior. His nose is split between light pink and black above a pair of prominent buck teeth. Finishing his face are 3 fine whiskers on either side, framing his sideways, whimsical smile, which wouldn't be there right now. But I wrote it beforehand. And he would immediately just try and assess his surroundings.
As you do, you see that you are in a dimly lit room, laying on a metallic table. There are grooves cut in the edge of the table that go to a pipe that leads down to the floor, to a groove etched in the floor that travels across the room, joined by other such grooves from the tables that lead to a drain in the floor. These grooves are stained black. Across the room, you see there are several other tables, and as you look to your left and right, you see more. There are 8 tables in total, 7 of which seem to have people on them, or 6 others and yourself, as it were.
Slowly put my back to the closest wall, eyeing the table suspiciously and looking for an exit.
As you lift yourself up and put your back to the wall, you feel that one warm spot from your back release, and a card flutters to the floor.
Pick up the card.
You pick up the card. It has a very bright, vibrant image on it. Looks like some sort of portal with stars in it and lines stretching out in all different directions.
Could I possibly make an Arcana check to kind of identify it?
Sure. Give me a roll.
Trace the lines with one of the 4 claws, trying to remember anything about it. 19.
That looks like some sort of imagery used in Arcana studies that you have come across. Books and tomes have used imagery like this to represent planar travel.
Okay.
Do you flip the card over?
Yes.
Coupon.
As you flip the card over, you see an image of what looks to be a masked thief of some kind with treasure slung over their shoulder in a bag that is dumping out as they sneak along.
It's just a picture of Scott.
Damn.
Might as well be.
Does it still give off warmth?
It is only warm in comparison to the cold metal of the table, so
It's not
It's
like
not-
radiating.
it's not radiating, no. It was a respite from the cold of the table against your back.
Okay. So it's not hot to the touch because of what it is. Got it. I'll try and commit the image and the star chart to memory to just kind of study it and see what I can make of it. Like, each detail, the number of coin, the number of. I mean, I see a key, I see a comb, like taking note of what is there, and just kind of intently focusing on it.
As you do, the table next to you, someone begins to stir. Gil, what do
Yes.
you do as you become more aware of your surroundings?
At first, I think it would be almost a panic hyperventilation type of thing because he's basically confined. His hands would basically shoot up and like almost violently try to pull the fabric away from his face. And the moment his face is, or at least his nose and mouth is free from the muslin, he would take a deep breath.
You pull this back, you see the dim light in the room, you see the same description I gave to Kaylin, and you do see this uh, person who has stood up and has backed themselves up against one of the walls is clutching a card. And as you have moved violently, you also felt this card release from your back and flutter down to the ground with the same image of a portal with stars and shapes around it.
I'm kind of roll off the table, and grab the card, but I don't like my eyes never leave this other person in the room.
As you look at them, you recognize them. You don't cannot place their name, but you know this individual. And Kaylin, as this person has flailed up out from under this, you also see. What do we see, actually, Gil?
Gil is humanoid, elven features for sure, very gaunt face, high cheekbones, but unusually tall for an elf. He is 5'10". His skin, although somewhat a normal color, does have a bluish tinge to it. He has long shoulder length, maybe a little longer than shoulder length hair. That is purple, but it shines in places almost like there's twinkling stars in it. He's thin. By the way he moved off the table, it's obvious that he is nimble and lithe as a movement. Short nails. I mean, he's in good shape. He's just very thin. Not unhealthily so, but it's almost as if someone took an elf, grabbed him by the top of his head and his feet and stretched him out a little bit.
Excellent. So this card has fallen to the ground at your feet.
Yep. And without taking my eyes off this, Haringen, I'm just going to reach down and pick it up. And then once I have it in both hands, only then will I lower my eyes to it to see what this thing is about.
So it has the same image. Do you flip it over?
Yeah, absolutely.
As you flip it over, you see a cloaked woman with a strange looking swirling portal around on her cloak, or possibly inside her cloak.
He looks at it for a moment, perplexed a little bit. Looks at it, looks up at Kaylin, and lifts the card in questioning and points to it and shrugs.
Kalen holds up his card and kind of nods.
He lifts one hand, which is obviously nothing in it. He's like, "My friend, do you know where we are?"
Do you know who we are?
I know who I am, and you look familiar, but I can't quite place your face or your name. But I know I've seen you before, at least in my head, but I don't recognize this place.
Based on the layout and how we were found, And the tube structure, I believe we're being experimented on.
Looks around, sees the other tables, and sees the channels in the floor, and he's like, "Fair assessment." I look around. Actually, when he sees the channels on the floor, he immediately looks down at his body to see if there's any like wound marks.
You are completely devoid of any wounds whatsoever.
Okay. Well, maybe we were the next in line. It does not appear that we have any. At least I don't have any physical
Well,
ailments.
there's 8 tables and 7 occupants.
I look over at the empty one. Does it look like the channel running from that table to the middle? Does it look like maybe fresh compared to the others? Any
They
liquid
all
in it?
look to have around the same amount of age of dried fluids that have dripped down these channels. And as you're looking around, you see a third figure on one of the tables begins to stir. Lorelei, as your senses come to you, how do you respond?
Does she also have like the fabric over her face?
Absolutely.
Okay, so she just kind of slowly like swipe it up above her head and just like look at the ceiling and then look around at other people also laying on beds. Again?
What do you mean again?
I
You- this is-
feel this feels familiar.
I'm sorry for you.
You
Well-
do recognize these two, but you cannot place their names. And you are struggling to remember almost anything at this point.
Have I had
It feels almost like you are brand new in a way.
I feel as if I've had much to drink. Well, so be it. And she'll kind of just roll off the table.
As you do, that warm spot, that card releases from your back and flutters to the ground.
She'll kind of do like a graceful back bend and pluck the card before it hits the ground.
So you snatch it into your hand, and you've turned it over, I assume,
Mm-hmm.
to look. You see an image of a crown with a blade thrust through it, and it seems to be almost burning in flame.
This is quite beautiful. She'll just take her card and she'll like realize she also has a bag sitting next to her and kind of rummage through the bag looking for something. And pull out a small like pocket-sized journal. And she'll just pop the card into her journal.
As she does that, you notice there are piles of gear at each foot of these tables that you begin to recognize as your own gear.
Okay.
You don't
How did
know.
I miss that?
You don't know that it is yours, but you do know that it is yours. Like, you don't know why.
Yeah.
But you recognize I once wore these clothes.
What does Lorelei look like?
So Lorelei is very small. She's about 4'11". Her hair is white, and it's kind of half up, half down, in like 2 little space buns. She's got these cute little coral sticks sticking out of each one. She is of a blue-green grayish color, and along the back of her ears, her arms, elbows, and back of her ankles, she has these fiery red-orange fins. She has deep cerulean blue eyes, like the clearest water you've ever seen in your life. On one eye, and then the other eye is like a wispy silver gray color, like stormy clouds. And she smells, once you get close enough, she smells like fresh rain over the ocean, like earthy with a tinge of salt.
And as you start to look and see that your gear is there, another figure on the table begins to move. This one slightly smaller than the rest. Quinn, how do you respond to coming to your senses?
I will just open my eyes, sort of sit upright, dangle my little feet over the edge of the table a little bit, sort of look around, see Lorelai. Oh, hi, Lorelai. Boy, this is weird, huh?
Who?
That's Quinn.
Oh, that's really useful to know. Thank you. I don't know who you are, but that is very useful information for me to know who I am.
And as he says that's Quinn, you all go yes in your heads, like it fits for all of you.
Yeah. I'm Quinn. And
Quinn's
that's,
suppose
the Kender. You're a Kender.
If you say so, sure. That sounds great.
Gil perks up a little bit at the word Kender and looks over at Kalen.
And I just sort of kick my little feet a little harder.
Welcome to hell?
And what does the Kender look like?
Quinn, as alluded to, is a very short humanoid. He's about 3'7" on a good day with his top knot. His sort of reddish blonde hair is tied up in the very proud traditional Kender top knot. His is woven throughout with beads and feathers, and at one point you think you see maybe like a little vial of ink kind of swinging amongst the kind of the end of the top knot. So just little gewgaws and odds and ends sort of strung in his hair. He does appear to be a little bit, Kender usually small but very muscular, but he appears to be a little bit sallow, maybe almost as though he's been ill, just sort of a little bit thinner than you might expect a person to be. And if you look closely, you will notice that the pupils of his eyes are crescent shaped, like the moon. And his irises are bright red.
Oh my God.
And he just sort of hops down off the table and sort of looks around, and he goes, I don't think I've been here before. This is pretty unusual.
As you hop down off the ground, that card flutters from off of your back.
You may want to catch that.
Huh. I will bend over and I will pick it up and I will study it.
The back indicates some kind of planar travel, and so far all the images are different.
Yes.
I wonder which one I got.
As you flip it over in your hand, you notice there's a bright purple gem that is set upon on this gorgeous background with several smaller gems beset around it.
I don't know what you guys got, but I think I got the best one. This one's really great. It's like it's really pretty. It's a gem. I think it's good luck. It's probably good luck. Yes, it's definitely good luck. That's why we're here in this weird room with the creepy pipes and stuff. It's good luck. Mm-hmm. Yep, good luck. and he will start digging through his pouches and there's papers everywhere, and he will just busy himself in his gear, just sort of just looking through his pouches and digging around, and he is completely lost to the rest of the world.
With the knowledge of knowing a person here, Kalen tentatively takes his back off the wall and makes his way towards his gear, and the only thing that he cares about is when he puts his hand on the enlarged greatsword, he feels a lot more comfortable.
As your hand wraps around that greatsword, you also notice that sitting on a table across the room, there is a very rusty looking greatsword laying on a table next to a skeletal hand, which is looks to be reaching towards a mostly desiccated eyeball.
That's disgusting.
I do not care for that.
Okay.
Do we also see this? Because
Yeah.
if Gil does, he's going to
Pointing out,
basically
I do
ignore
not
it.
care for that.
Right. He's going to put it out of his mind, and now that he sees Kalen digging through the pile of gear, he is going to do the same and just try to keep focused on that.
That's the weirdest thing I've seen in the room the whole time. I'm gonna go poke the eyeball.
Of course you are.
So you go poke the eyeball, and immediately it does give a little bit of a squish, and it almost like completely breaks down in that moment of touch, like it was just needing one more environmental thing to make it go full goo.
This thing's been here for a while, guys. It's been here for quite a while. It looks like it just fell apart.
And as your finger comes out of the goo and separates, the goo kind of snaps back. And in that moment of snap, you have a vision that is of a vast, empty plain with nothing but decay and ash. And it's real brief, and it goes away.
Huh. Yeah, you guys are right. That was real bad juju. That was probably not good stuff there.
As he pulls his finger away and it turns into goo, Lorelai will like turn her body and like fling her hand out like disgusted and accidentally just like cast prestidigitation on it.
Oops.
And you're able to scoop it up and clean it up the best you can with the prestidigitation.
My new friend, if I could.
Or you were doing it on its finger.
Oh no, the eyeball. I
Yeah.
don't know this man.
Yeah. Well, technically you do.
I guess
when you
I
heard
do.
the name Quinn, you do recognize that this is someone you should remember, but you're struggling to remember.
I know you. You're
all the
Lorelai.
details.
Duh.
You
And then he
that.
says Lorelai, and that name snaps into place for all of you, including yourself. You know that's your name.
You're right. That is me.
I know.
My new short friend, perhaps a little advice. Perhaps not touch anything else in this room until we know more about what's going on.
Aura,
That's probably good advice. Thanks.
Your senses come back to you. How do you respond?
I will just sort of blink, go, huh, and I will go back to my stuff.
And Vora, as you move, how do you react?
Before I do anything, I'm gonna hear the talking around me. Before I pull it, do I have the thing on my face?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not quite ready to remove that. And I'm just gonna lay there for a second and listen.
Feel that.
And then I'm gonna just a sigh. I'm gonna reach up and pull it off. And sit up.
You do hear some familiar voices to you. You've heard a couple of names be thrown about, and they pop in as names you are familiar with that match the visages of the people who have been named thus far in a vague memory.
I'm gonna sit up and just sort of scan who's there. And
as you sit, you feel that card fall off your back
I'm gonna
and
ignore it
land
for a
back
second.
to the table.
I'm gonna ignore it
Okay.
for a second, and I'm gonna scan the faces, and I'm gonna lock my eyes on the Harangon, and I'm gonna go, Kaylin T? Is that you?
Kaylin. He reaches up. I do have ears.
I'm just gonna.
That's who I am.
Were we not supposed to tell him about the ears? I thought it was obvious.
Then I'll reach back behind my back.
I can't see them from.
I'll reach down behind my back after I've kind of looked at him for a long minute, like, okay, and I'll pull the card up.
As you pull the card to, you see 3 women, each holding various jeweled devices that seem to be connected by a thread.
So we've got Lorelei, Quinn, and Kaylin. And I feel like I know all of you.
So none of you know who I am yet. I gotta use some help.
And Vora, you also see that your stuff is there, that you recognize as a pile of things that are yours.
Did you say we were laying there, we were naked?
Yes.
Okay.
Underneath, you are covered by this muslin, but you are completely naked.
Vora's gonna slide off of the table with 0 shame, with 0 anything, and just walk over and look at things and just start putting on her clothes.
As you do, another figure begins to move. Kalstrick, what do you do in response to getting your perception coming back to you fully?
The first thing I feel would be binding. Kalstrick would immediately throw himself up. No! And spin as he's going, and if he sees anybody from in front of him, he would charge and attack. If not, he's going to get as far away from the room as he can, up into a corner, and just put his back to the wall, trying to rip this stuff off.
So you easily rip this stuff off. You feel that warmth of that rectangle across your back release, and you see a card flutter to the ground at your feet. As you do, you throw off these things. You do realize across the room you see the Kender and the human woman. Vora, you didn't give us a description of what he sees because you are directly across.
Vora's a human. She's about 5'6", average build. Looks like she's got some. She's not thin. She's not heavy. Just average. Looks like she's got some muscles. Kind of strawberry blonde hair. It's probably pretty gross and long. Not well kept. She wears an eye patch across her right eye.
Is it on her right now, or does she have to put it on?
No, it should be on her.
Okay.
She has one hazel eye, and she just looks like she does not. She's just very pale, kind of freckly.
You do recognize all of these folks that have started to move around as possible companions of sorts to you. You don't know exactly where from or when. You're missing a bunch of memory.
Do I see my stuff near the table?
Yes.
You guys hear a sliding, scraping sound, and my maul scrapes across the floor, and in a practiced move, I flip it up to my hand with my foot. I look around. Where? And I stop. Vanillon.
I love the energy, big guy, but there's no one to hit with that. There's no one to hit with that right now.
There is also always something to strike. Vanillon. What are we? Where?
Gil tilts his head a little bit and goes, "Yeah, Vanillon. I know family name. How do you know me? You look familiar, but I cannot place your name."
His name's Calstrack.
You.
Roy just kind of like flings that off and turns away from them.
And isn't his name actually Gil, not Vanillon? Like that. It's Gil, right?
Vanillon is my family name, I think. That sounds right.
Why do I know you? From where?
I have no idea, and please put the hammer down.
It's a nice hammer.
But slowly, like not fast. The hammer, it's not good. The fast.
Do
hammer,
not tell me what to do, but I know
it's more of
you
a suggestion,
well.
like a friendly, really friendly, like the friendliest of suggestions.
From where do I know you? And how, woman, you know my name?
Yeah.
Let's start
Fellow
simply.
warrior.
Let's start simple.
We,
Everything you just went through, all those emotions you're processing. Not even 2 minutes ago, we all went through that.
Yes.
We somehow know each other. We do not know where we are. And we have one more rather large thing that's going to wake up. So
it's not very nice.
I'm surprised it fits on one table, to be honest.
Wow.
Kaylin's always been very outspoken. It's just normal.
Apparently that is the case.
I understand. We are all trapped.
That
Yet
is
we
correct.
know one another. Where is this?
I mean,
have you?
we're not
you have
trapped.
been-
We're walking around fine.
Do we see a
just
doorway?
here.
Is any way to leave?
There is a door.
No.
There's
There's
also
like
another
things.
body.
Who is this? I'm gonna go walk over to the other body. I guess I should describe myself first. I'm a tall male humanoid. My skin's so pale it has a bluish tinge. My ears poking through my long, straight, dark hair are pointed, and my chin is long and surprisingly square. I'm heavily muscled for such a thin person, toned, round shoulders wider than they should be, while the skin of my neck, my wrists, and my ankles are painted with glowing, azure, runic tattoos. The skin, too, is covered with many scars, some of them seeming freshly healed. His heavy, knuckled hands twitch, fingers curled as if tensing for action. He looks youngish, though definitely adult, because you can see everything. But his eyes belie his age. Deep and dark and ringed with lack of sleep, his glance at each person is, if not disturbing, then arresting, as though you remember that he shares one of your own deep secrets. If anyone reads Elvish. Okay.
Nope.
Oh, I read Elvish, but I'm not reading.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to stride over to the last figure and look down at it.
Yeah, Lorelai does not have much of an interest in any of it. She's looking through her things.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Gil would normally have an interest in it, but right now he's more concerned about trying to find normalcy in his gear.
She has also
My-
not put her clothes back on.
My maul is still in hand.
And I'm
As
Lower
this
it.
happens,
I'm staring at your maul.
It's
As-
lowered, but it's still being held.
the final figure underneath the cover begins to stir. How do
You
you
s-
respond?
You see as you walk up what looks to be serpent-like movement happening underneath the mezzanine as he, using his trunk, starts to feel around his body, regaining his senses one at a time. He will then use said trunk and is the mezzanine a one headpiece and one body piece, or is it all one big
It's
piece?
just one big piece of muslin.
Muslin. Hearing you all talk and hearing the footsteps come towards him, he will let out in his voice. Well, I can tell there may be people out there, but I fear I am not dressed well for company. Whatever you do, please do not remove the mezzanine.
It's
It's very
muslin.
kind of you to be worried about propriety, but you're in good company, and we are all equally at shame. Well, some more equal than others.
I think I would put you to shame.
You know, it's fascinating, like the last straps on his armor when he says that and turns and goes, "Yeah, it was quite unnecessary, don't you think? You don't even know who we are yet."
You then
Well-
see this body bag sit upright, and as it sits up, the table starts to creak as it basically slides him onto his feet. And you see a figure standing about 7.5 feet, easily tall, in this full potato sack.
Huh.
Gil is
I
just
didn't think
staring
friends.
at this moment. Gil is just staring, and he tilts his head, and he looks up and says, "Assault? Is that you?
Yes?
I know you from somewhere. I can't place where."
I think
Right.
we're all friends.
As you stand up, you feel that card release off your back, and you see a card flutter to the ground with the same skate symbology up. And
I'll grab it for him and hand it to him. This seems to be yours.
yours is still on the ground.
I haven't noticed.
Okay.
I don't think I did.
I
Did you
told you
say?
you did. Yeah.
Oh, I still was too freaked out. I haven't noticed.
That's fine.
Well, can anyone here with maybe sharper fingernails rip a hole in the top of this sack?
Gil
Sure,
smirks a
I'll-
little bit
I'll
and
rip it.
goes over there and helps. Yeah. So at least if it's you, apparently I know you, so I'm assuming we were friends and not enemies. So I
You
don't
look
feel
familiar.
a rush
That-
of rage.
That means you'll know how big to cut the head hole, right?
Which head?
The top one?
Yes, it is cut.
Breaching out of this freshly cut mezzanine, you see what looks to be this chalky, dark gray color, light peach fuzz of hair on top. Breasting out of the bag, you see what look to be these massive, quite literally, elephant ears. One important key feature you all notice is a tan line of what looks to be a tiara all the way across his forehead that looks to be a white, almost dead skin looking, hasn't seen the light of day almost ever skin with a missing tiara on it.
You should
Oh.
really put some like algae lotion on that. It looks quite flaky.
On what?
Your gross forehead.
That wasn't very nice.
It's gross.
I
It's
mean,
practically snowing on top of you.
Perhaps later we can discuss the propriety of, presentability, but I think right now we have more important things to worry about.
Like not dying.
What?
Well, right now we have 5 of these cards, and they're all different. I imagine these 2 also have cards, and there has to be a significance.
I
What
will
are
take
these
the card
cards?
and look at it.
So as you look at your card, Asol, you flip it over and you see there seems to be an intricate looking box that looks like it has been unlocked and unlatched and is opening some kind. It seems to be some sort of, it has a lot of moving parts and pieces. It's somewhat of a puzzle box image on the card.
Mine just looks like a fancy cube of some sort. Looks deconstructed in one way, constructed actively in another. I do not know what I'm looking at.
And Calistric, your card?
I think that's what she said.
I look
yes.
around.
You see there's a card with the same symbology of the gate and the portal and the stars on the ground.
Very well. I'll go pick it up.
As you flip it over in your hand, you see this enormous sun beaming rays out from its center, pouring light down on a city.
Okay. Mine has this image. I'll hand it to Kaylin, who's been asking questions about cards.
If you'll all indulge me, please bring your cards here, and I'll like wipe off my table and begin laying the cards down as people bring them over. So right now I have the Sun and the Fool, and I'm like comparing.
Yeah, I'll bring mine over.
I will too.
So the goal is to lay them out and try and ascertain any kind of pattern, or if there's a color gradient, a shape gradient, any discernible pattern or organization that can be discovered through these cards.
You may give me either an investigation or an arcana check.
May I use my Ring of Puzzler's Wit?
Did you put it back on?
I have not yet. I've only picked up my sword, so I would say no. So I will go with I think they're going to be the same. Yeah, they're going to be the same +2. I'll go with investigation. I will offer you a 6.
So as you are looking at this, you cannot find any particular pattern. They don't seem to have any artwork that matches up, no lines that match to the next one. The colors seem to be random enough that you don't see a pattern. You can tell these were all drawn probably by the same artist.
Okay. That's at least information.
But that much you can tell.
Does it look like they're from the same deck? Like, do the backs of the cards, you know what I mean?
The backs are all identical.
Okay.
So this appears to be
identical.
one deck of cards.
Correct.
Okay.
As Asol is putting on his clothes over this mesh belongings, he accidentally grabs this beautiful metal sphere, and it seems to flatten out into a disc, and then a projection comes up from the disc. And DM, I would like to ask what I see when I activate my Wayfarer's bauble, or my, I believe it's the Wayfarer's bauble. The Wild Space Ori, sorry.
Hold on, I'm having to look what that is.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I would begin going through my things and start putting on my banded armor, start putting on my ring, start strapping my multitude of weapons to myself.
While you're all looking through your stuff, anybody happen to have the rest of that deck of cards? Anybody got that?
I believe that's what we need to find.
Are we sure that this is not a full deck?
You haven't seen a deck
I've
of
been
cards, there's
told
only
that
7.
I have not been playing with a full deck for some time.
So as you put this
Well.
deck together and you look at the image on the back of it, you can all make me Arcana checks. While I look this item
Oh,
up.
the pleasure is
Yay!
mine. The first one of the game. Oh, the second one of the game.
Yeah, we got 2 in a row. Look at that.
21 Arcana.
Wow.
7.
Oh,
9.
I think this comes pretty natural.
Mine was 17.
Okay, so I'll get back to the results of the roll in a second. Corin, as you activate your device, you see there are no indicators whatsoever. There is no stars, suns, or planets whatsoever depicted on your device. You have never used this device and seen it this way. That's the memory.
Okay.
So what that tells you is you're not anywhere.
Whoa.
Has
I would like-
Okay.
Hold on. Think on that for a second. Quinn, as you start to examine these cards and specifically the backs of them and start to see that portal with the lines crossing and all the stars inside it, you realize that you've heard of this before. And you know that it's called a deck of many things. And there are many more cards that exist in this deck. Typically, there is a total of 22 of them. This happens to be 7 different ones from what appears to be the same deck.
Got it.
And as this thought comes into your head, you get another flash in your brain of the 7 of you sitting at a table in a busy tavern with a goblin sitting in front of you, shuffling these cards with a big smile on his face. And then that vision goes away.
Okay. I will blink a couple of times and I will sort of like look around. I'll say, I remember something. I know what these cards are, and I think we've made a really bad decision. I remember we played a game with these. These are from a deck called the Deck of Many Things. It's only part of it. I don't remember why I know this or where I learned this or why we have them, but there's more of them. And we seem to have done this to ourselves.
Well,
And I will describe the memory of the tavern and the goblin and the shuffling of the deck.
This
You said there's more of them. I wonder if there's more people in here like us.
this couldn't have been us. The memory you described that night. One of my newly acquainted friends, Vora, was there, and then she's nowhere to be seen.
I'm right here.
You see her right there.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Vora. I will avert my gaze as she has still not put on clothes. So I didn't realize you were here. Good seeing you.
And as he describes this sitting at the tavern at the table, you all have that same flash of an image in your head of sitting at a very crowded tavern at an inn, and this goblin sitting with you, shuffling these cards. A full deck version of these cards.
So you were right, Lorelai. We probably did have too much to drink last night.
Are there any distinguishing marks that can be noticed about this goblin, or dress, or any detail that I can pull from this flash of insight?
Yes, if you give me a check.
Do I get to pick? Like,
Well, it would either be insight, or perception.
they're
Could
both
be.
the same. I'll do insight. Because I'm more. This is a feeling more than like actually looking at something. I will offer you a dirty 20.
All right. When this happens, when you start to think about this, you do recall that this goblin was absolutely jovial, had zero ill intent, and seemed completely trustworthy and friendly to all of you and your friends. You were having a good time. This was a good memory.
Okay. And I'll just, as I open my eyes, like, there was no malintent. This was revelry. This was whimsy.
I will sort of look around this like bare abattoir. It's like, whimsical. And I will finish sort of like securing my robes and draping myself in my many pouches and bags and and I will start leaning on my hoopak.
As you finish getting the last of your gear in order, the way you feel it fits you most comfortably, whether it be muscle memory or actual memories coming back slowly of how you use these items and the names of which you call these items and the things in your pack and your personal belongings, you do realize that there is one item missing from you.
Is that a general statement or just a him statement?
As each of you do this, that's
Each,
all of
okay.
you.
Okay.
You each are missing the personal trinket that I asked you guys to tell me in character creation.
Has anyone seen a journal anywhere?
Lorelai holds up her journal.
No, this one was more faded.
Good, because I wasn't going to give it to you. And she puts it back in her bag.
I don't know, but I hope it's where my component pouch went, because I don't have that either. That's very frustrating.
Yes, your leather pouch is missing.
I have a distinct memory of a beautiful tiara I used to wear, and that too seems to be gone.
Lorelai sighs. I guess I'll put my clothes on. And she'll start rummaging through her things and like start pulling on clothes. My necklace is missing.
Gil like shrugs his cloak around his shoulders and goes to fasten it and realizes my pin's gone.
As Vora's putting her clothes on, she's rummaging around and her fingers find the wooden beads of a bracelet. And she kind of makes that, like, oh my gosh, I didn't know I'd almost lost this, but I almost lost this. And slides it under her wrist.
Oh no, the beaded bracelet is not there.
It's not.
That's the one thing that you each have something missing.
Oh, okay.
And that's the one thing that is missing from
So I go,
yours.
it is missing.
I've slipped on nothing.
I would, Asa would like to take a look at these tables, specifically what they would be used for. Try to discern what was happening in here.
Make me a medicine check.
Ooh. Not where I thought we were going.
Kalen is going to make note of each item and try and compare each item to each card and see if there's a relation in the card and item. Probably not, but that's where his head's at.
That would be a 14 on the medicine check.
So, matching now that you've kind of spent some time in this room and realizing these grooves in the floor and the staining of the grooves and whatnot, these are probably tables used to drain bodies of blood. And as you're thinking of this, your keen sense of smell picks up the faint scent of not recent, but embalming fluid.
Okay.
Can I interject real quick?
Mm-hmm.
In this time, Calistric would have not paid any attention to that. I would have paced the room and stood guard at the door while they were figuring it all out. So if there's anything to notice, that's all I'd be doing.
So everything I have described for you, I will share this map with you all. This is how you found the room. There are doors to the east. There is the table that had the sword and the eyeball and the hand on the western wall. You can see the grooves in the floor that channel the fluid to the drain in the floor by the door.
Gross. That's fucking gross.
Using my trunk and that keen sense of smell, I'm gonna go up to the empty one, the empty table.
Mm-hmm.
Is it stronger there?
No.
Okay. So it doesn't seem like that one hasn't been used and we were waiting on the next one?
Correct.
Okay.
But as you do, as you're looking at that last table, from the center of the room, there is a loud pop and a flash of magic. And floating about 5 feet above the ground, you see a skull with eyeballs, who turns and looks at you and goes, yeah, you shouldn't. What are you doing standing up? What's going on here?
Why aren't you attached to a body?
Well, that's another story, but you're supposed to be dead.
You're a skull.
Yeah, you're observant.
Aren't you supposed to be dead? You're even deader than we're supposed to be. What are you talking about?
I'm never going to die. Don't worry about me. But you're not supposed to be walking around and like breathing and stuff.
There's who?
And yet here we are.
I really like walking around and breathing and stuff.
Oh, the Dusties aren't going to like this at all. They're not going to like this at all.
The what?
The Dusties.
What are those?
Oh, well, I mean, you don't know what Dusties are?
I don't know what anything is.
Oh. And he slowly starts talking to you, very, very slowly. And he says, Well, sometimes people give groups of people a nickname, right? Like they go by a name, but then we give them a nickname. So we call them here the Dusties. They are the Heralds of Dust. They're in charge of this place, and they take care of the dead here in the city.
So we're in a city.
Of
No,
dead
no, no, no.
people.
Yeah.
The pertinent part of that sentence was dead. But we're not dead though, because we're standing here talking to you. You see.
I see
So-
that, and that's what freaked me out. I mean, I almost shit myself if I actually could shit myself, but I can't.
So you agree that there's been a mistake here,
Just
then?
a skull. Well, there's something wrong here, but you guys are in big, big trouble because if they find you here, they're going to kill you anyway. Like they don't like, living people around here. They deal with the dead here.
Do you think
Where
your
is
body?
here?
Oh, what was she saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, do you think your body, wherever it is, since you're, disembodied, would still shit?
I think it may have if it was somewhere else. That's a very good question. I'd like to ponder that at another time, but I'm really worried about getting caught here with you all because I don't want to be implicated in anything. So I should probably take my leave and get the hell out of here.
As he says that, I would like to try and wrap my trunk around him.
Okay.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't touch
Oh.
that. Didn't
Right,
you see what happened
the
with the
intent
last
is
thing?
a grapple?
Sure.
Okay. So go ahead and make me a opposed athletics check.
For me, that is a grand total of 6.
He got a 9, so he pops down as your trunk sweeps over, and it looks like he moves as if he still has a body. Like when he moved, it looked like my moving down, like I just jumped down. So he positions himself as if he has a body, even though he has no body and he's just a floating head. He acts and moves as if he still has his physical form in life.
What's your name?
Friends call me Mort.
Mort.
Yeah.
And what is your purpose?
Well, I do lots of things, here and there. I'm kind of a planar savant. I travel around the plains and just explore, get into shenanigans, lots of fun stuff.
You say you travel
Let
the
me-
plains. Where are we?
Well, that's funny because we're kind of at the hub of it all. Have you heard of Sigil?
No.
Maybe.
Have we?
Have I?
Arcana checks. As he says Sigil, I saw it pops into your head that you're home. You haven't been here in
Okay.
years, but this is home.
Okay.
I got a 16 on my Arcana.
11.
4.
5.
Oh, it
Um,
must have rolled off. Okay. I got a 14.
I got 11.
Quinn and Lorelei, you have heard of Sigil. Sigil is the city at the center of the multiverse. It is the city of doors, as it were. It is the hub of all the planes and how they connect to each other. It is a neutral place. It is a place of meetings and commerce and idea swapping, and no one group oversees this place or overruns it. It is a neutral ground. If demons and devils want to get a beer, they can get a beer here, even though the Great War still rages on in the hells. right? So those of you that understand that understand where Sigil is.
So, but you said you pop around doing shenanigans. This is a really weird place for shenanigans. So like, but really, what are you doing here?
Well, I was here to kind of pick up some dead bodies, and you guys aren't dead bodies, so I'm gonna take my leave.
Okay,
This
but
is
again,
you're here in this is the basement of the mortuary in Sigil.
grabbing corpses isn't shenanigans though. So again,
yeah.
really confused, just super confused about why you're here. Just
Sounds
super
like it's
confused.
his job.
I mean, to be honest, I believe grabbing random corpses for any reason could be considered shenanigans. I mean, it's not something we do on the normal.
Well, not something you do on the normal, but I'm a
Wait,
planar
you said
traveler.
he's a floating head, right?
Right.
How do you grab the corpses, if I could ask?
Magic.
He
Oh.
talks to the bones with skelepathy.
I see.
What's that?
It's like skeletons, like skelepathy. Isn't that how you talk to other like, right? Is no? Oh, that's just like a little theory of mine I've had about skeletons and how they work and how they like talk to other skeletons is with skelepathy. Like you could, it's never. Sorry.
I'm a little confused, but also interested.
Is it weird that everything he said made perfect sense to me just now?
Well, excuse me, floating head friend. I'm currently in loss of possession of something that I hold very dear to myself. Do you possibly know where it might have gone?
Oh, sometimes, yeah, some of the people that work here, some of the Dusties, they sometimes take some of the personal items that they think are interesting from the people. So you might have to try to find those or whatnot.
Where can we find the Dusties?
Oh, pretty much any. They run this whole building.
Like from here,
But
what
I
are the
I wouldn't.
directions?
I honestly wouldn't try to find them. I would try to get out of here. They're gonna kill you for
I
being
want my
here.
bracelet back.
Could
Is
you
that
describe
pin-
a dusty for me in like terms that somebody who has never seen a dusty before might understand?
Oh, well, they are members of an organization called. Hold on 1 minute while I flip the page open.
Thank you.
Also, it feels kind of strange that in a place that's neutral, someone would just try to kill you for being not dead.
Not dead. Which isn't illegal, by the way. Last time I checked.
Well, we've never been here before. It may be illegal here.
Killing
I
is the
was-
ultimate neutrality.
I mean, a
Hmm.
corpse can't commit any crimes technically.
That's
I haven't
not
been here
true.
before, but I'm almost positive that being dead isn't illegal.
It is in some places.
Depends on
Well,
what village you go to.
See, here's the thing. Here in Sigil, if anyone dies here in Sigil, this place is the place they're brought to. They're taken care of by the Heralds of Dust. They are a faction here that believe that everyone basically is dead already, and it's just like a brief moment in time while they're alive. And ultimately, they're the ones that assist folks from getting to their state of being alive to their state of being dead. And that pretty much the entire multiverse is just one big afterlife, as it
Then
were.
we must leave now.
Oddly
you're
enough, I
saying we
kind
That's
of
what I'm
agree.
saying. I think you should leave.
Based
he
on what
said-
you just said, we were in Sigil when we died.
Oh, I don't know where you were when you died. I came
Yeah.
here expecting to find dead people, and you're alive. So I don't think you died. You died? Did you die?
Well, no, obviously
If
not.
if we're here
Maybe.
and you expected us to be dead, and the Heralds of Dust expected us to be dead, and
Something outside the normal realm kept us alive for some reason? Doesn't make sense.
perhaps
Or we were brought here before we died.
Well, yeah, maybe perhaps the tables were supposed to finish us off.
I would
You think
rather
that
the
goblin-
herald dead than my.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of corpses wrapped up like we were wrapped up.
It's true.
I'm gonna pull out a dagger and cut my hand and see if I bleed.
Winces.
Okay, so you cut your hand. Take a hit point of damage, please.
Of course.
And yes, you do bleed.
I will
And
put
you
on
feel
my
pain.
clothes.
And you feel pain, and you are very much alive.
Well, update. We are not currently dead.
I told you.
Really good news. Thank you. Oh man.
Yeah, that's quite comforting. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm not getting implied in any of this, so I'm getting out of here. Good luck. I wish you all well.
What was your name? One more time.
Mort.
Mort.
Perfect. Just so I can know to get you complied with this.
Huh?
Just so I know, so I can get you like implemented into this when I go talk to the Dust members.
No. You don't need to use my name. Why would you do that?
It's all. He didn't do anything. He was just trying to do his job and found he couldn't. Let him be.
But I feel like he should then at least have a due diligence to tell someone.
You really want him to tell someone so they know that we're alive so they can come down and kill us?
I think that I would rather people know we're alive and, have the chance of, getting out of here and talk our way out of this rather than try to sneak.
I like Asol's tact. Mort can show us the way, or we implicate him.
Listen, you implicate me all you want. They're never going to find me. I'm out of here. And bam, he takes off.
It was perhaps unnecessarily aggressive. He wasn't doing anything wrong.
Did that come off as aggressive?
A little bit. You threatened to implicate him for something he had no control over.
Well, but it was his job.
To collect the dead body, and when he saw that we weren't dead, he was leaving.
I think he just came here to take our shit.
Technically, we don't know it was his job.
I also
we can only go by what he told us.
I don't think it was his job. I think he came here to take our stuff.
If your job was to go and dispose of dead bodies, wouldn't you have a duty to go tell your employer that the bodies you went to go pick up were not dead?
If that was my job, I'd probably have hands.
That was my question, but he said magically. I mean, who am I to argue with that? This is a place I've never heard of before.
Again, we're barreling towards misunderstandings by assuming what a talking skull's purpose is. Instead, we should be worrying about our missing items, how to get out of here, how we got here.
I do find it interesting that we have a pile of our gear, our belongings, sitting at the foot of our tables, and only one thing is missing. Why didn't they take the rest of it?
The one thing that is missing from me is very important to me.
So let's think about all of
but
this.
how could they possibly know that?
They're like dead body people in the city at the middle of all of the plains. Who the fuck knows what they're capable of?
Well, don't you find it odd that we're all here, we don't know how we got here, we apparently knew each other, and now all of our most important items are missing?
Yeah, of course. It's
a little more than a coincidence.
No, I agree with that.
And so would you all rather us just leave here and continue on about our merry lives, or do something about it?
Where would we go anyway?
We're going to go out the door. We're going to find out how we got here. We're going to find out about our lives. We're going to get our items.
We're going to dust some dusties.
So is it the most
necessarily
effective
need to
way?
Kill anyone.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let's go talk to the dusties. That's all I was asking of Mort, was to take us to talk to them.
There's the door.
Oh, okay. And Asel will go and try and open the door.
Wait. Do not open the door. We are not ready. I need to know names. Woman, put your clothes on. We must leave.
So, Jack, as you heard all of these names said, they clicked in for you.
Oh, okay.
So as people's names were said around you, which they've all been said many times by now, okay. It would have clicked in for you that it made sense to everybody. So these are people that you have traveled together before. You just don't know where, why, other than the one vision of sitting around that table together that you've all now shared.
We are comrades.
Correct.
Kalen,
Well,
strap
we've at
your
least played
gear
cards
on.
together once. That's for sure.
You know, if people don't want to put their clothes on, that's also fine.
Well,
You be
then,
free. Do what you need.
do
It
you need
takes-
help carrying?
It
No,
takes some time to put this heavy armor on, so continue while I keep working on it.
Would you like some help?
I'm dressed already. It wasn't very complicated.
No, I just slid on a red robe.
I'm pretty
dressing
sure
now.
that donning heavy armor is an hour.
10 minutes.
10 minutes if you have help.
Oh, 10 minutes
10
if I have help. so I'm reaching behind my back trying to hit a strap.
You see Asol basically takes just this massive tapestry and wraps it around himself, and that is basically the only clothes he is wearing.
I like your dress.
I think the word is tunic, but thank you.
Vora's
I
pretty
feel like those
simple.
are synonyms.
What's Vora wearing?
Just pants, a shirt, leather bracers, kind of basic.
And as we get our equipment on, does the image of our companions get clearer?
Yes, you've seen everyone dressed this way before. As a matter of fact, this is more normal than the naked.
Right.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So we're
Well,
not a
that's-
traveling sex group.
Right.
Oh man!
This
That's
is
a
not a polycule by any means.
Yes.
Yet. Or maybe it was, but
I will be damned, it sure does look like a circus act.
it definitely does
Man.
look like a circus act.
Yeah.
It's funny
Fair.
because you'll
Yeah.
find out later.
Are we ready
But
now?
yes,
Yes, so the time can pass with
hmm
getting your gear all on and everybody being ready to go.
Am I the only one in heavy armor?
I think I'm in medium. Chainmail is medium.
Yeah.
Technically, yes. I'm in medium as well.
I'm not in armor, but you do see I do have a shield that does have what looks to be almost a compass-like star etched into it.
I also
Yeah,
have a shield.
Yeah,
You-
feel
you
free
noticed
to
Yeah.
discuss any iconography or anything else,
Gil's armor is technically scale mail, and in his case, literally, because it looks like his armor is fashioned of some kind of scales, literally. Not just the scale as in the scale mail armor, but literally scales from a living creature of some kind. He also carries a bow and a rapier.
Vora's pretty plainly dressed, but unless it's missing, she's going to reach into her pack and pull out a needle and begin to put it on her neck. And it becomes a tattoo. And the needle disappears. And it becomes a bolt of lightning, kind of a shatter-looking tattoo that encompasses one side of her neck.
That's gross and cool.
And oddly familiar.
Yes, you've seen her do this before.
Kalen's armor is a red Oriental style scale split mail, with black chain underneath, and his great sword is probably the size of Asol. It's just massive. He's got this massive sword that he seems to wield with grace.
So you're basically Cloud.
It's like Monster
Buster
Hunter style.
The inspiration wasn't Cloud. It was actually Zabuza from
Okay.
Naruto.
Okay, I got you.
So as you start to use your gear and start to feel that familiarity with it, you start to realize you have capability with these items. And you start to understand a little bit of what you knew in terms of abilities, but not necessarily how you gain those abilities or whatnot. So as you touch some of your items, some of the memory of what you're capable of has come back to you in that regard. But you don't know, like, you know, you're good with this sword, but you don't know who trained you.
Right.
As an example, like, you don't have that name in your head or
I'm
that
moving with
memory.
it like I'm trained, but
Right.
I don't know why.
Right. Right.
Yeah, Gil does look a little confused as he's putting like his rapier on his belt and slinging his bow over his shoulder, because he does it almost as if it was second nature, but as he's doing it, he's obvious he doesn't quite understand why he knows how to do that.
So we saw Lorelei use magic, and Colistrick, you have that hammer.
It is a maul, and I feel I am missing an item as well.
What are you missing?
His
It
sense
is of no
humor.
matter.
Well,
But
no, I mean,
I
if
would
we're all
like it.
missing something, is it something that's like personally
It is-
significant, or is it something just random from your pouch?
No, it is something that I hold dear.
Well, there you are. So somehow they knew.
We are missing each something sentimental. But the question is, Quinn
Yeah.
and Vora and Aesol, what is your role in this fellowship?
Well, I feel like I've just met
I'm
you.
short and cute.
What skills do you possess that are of tactical significance?
I'm big and cute.
I'm average and average.
I think you're cute.
See, there you go.
Let
That's our
me
role.
I can help
clarify
you.
further.
I can help you heal.
A healer.
I am.
Excellent. I haven't. I feel as though I am a strategist, and I have this driving need to know everything and be able to help in that way. So knowing that you're a fighter, or it appears an archer, a healer, a wizard, or magic user of some kind.
I also fight a lot. I get confused.
When you say archer, like Gil like does like a double take and like reaches into his pouch and pulls out a little case and pops it open. He's like, I think I also break into things occasionally. He holds up like a lockpick.
I sort of hold up my hoop pack and I go, I guess I'm a shepherd.
Well, you certainly heard it us.
An animal handler. Okay, that has merit.
Must be.
And
I
elephant
think
in the
I-
dress.
Might be a philosopher.
That is not helpful at all.
I disagree with that.
I think I have heard that before.
My professor in college disagreed.
I
That's
think
a
all
stupid
philosophers
answer.
would disagree.
So, the tactical significance of philosophy eludes me.
Confusion.
I do have the element of
working.
surprise. Boo!
I'm pretty sure confusion was he was like he was a philosopher. Somebody it was it's on the tip of my tongue. It's
Confucius.
Halen, if you think about it, strategy. You say you're a strategist. Isn't that technically the philosophy of war?
It's the knowledge of war, I suppose.
Maybe
think
it's
it's
the
the
art
art
of
of
war.
I think all wars are not won on the battlefield, but in the war room.
That is definitely an opinion.
I'm not going to lie. I cannot tell my purpose as of right now.
I have seen wars won on the battlefield.
Most of them are.
But
I don't-
most of
I
those
don't-
wars are not won unless the people in the wall tent put those soldiers in the correct place.
I haven't seen a battlefield, at least that I can remember.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
How
But
do I
I
even
can't
know that?
remember a lot.
I
How
think
do
we should go get our things back. We've been
Let's
standing
get
I
out
here
of
talking.
here.
This
Yeah,
is
I'm gonna
a
go-
great
I'm gonna walk over
conversation
to the
have
door.
somewhere else.
I don't
Do you
believe
think
that.
he's our servant?
Mort?
No.
Oh,
I
Asshole.
don't
Him?
think I.
I doubt it.
Perhaps our carrier of items, our porter?
no.
I know one thing for sure.
Can I
I
have a
would not
piggyback
trust-
ride?
Okay, well, this is going to contradict what I was going to say, but I do not think that I would be used by people of your kind. Anyone here. But yes, you may have a piggyback ride.
Yeah. And I will sort of like limp my way over on my staff. Like I said, he's very frail for a Kender. Like and I'll kind of clamber up onto your shoulder and like sit there.
Lorelai will just start digging through her bag and pull out a wicker wrapped wine jug and just look at it. Oh, we were drinking last night, and just hold it up.
I am
We should-
very thirsty and hungry. May I taste?
Sure. And she uncorks her wine jug.
Just kind
And
of look around.
Wine does not come out.
Because this ended so well for us last
I was
time.
going to say, Calistrick, I don't know if you want to drink that. Last time we drank, he looks around.
Are we sure we were drinking?
I would hope so. If we ended up in a place like this sober, I would be very
We were
concerned.
at a tavern with a goblin playing with these cards, being dealt
And the
these
more
cards.
you speak of it, the more hunger gnaws at my belly.
Okay.
But I myself do not drink.
How do you live?
So I'm taking your terminology of drink metaphorically, and I think you're taking it literally.
I think you meant figuratively, but go on.
No, I think you are using drink as in drink anything, and I am saying drink as in drink alcohol.
Vanillon, open the door, shall
My
we?
name is Gil.
Gil.
Vanillon was my father's name? He, like, thinks for a second.
Would that also not make it your name?
Well, no, that's my family name. It's not, like, the one I
You
was
prefer your first
given.
name.
Yes.
Gil.
Yeah.
Are we leaving?
I would hope so. I'm going to walk over to the door.
Okay.
And almost as a reflex, the first thing I do is check to see if it's locked.
It is not.
Okay.
If you
I-
do not mind, Gil,
Mhm.
if we are where that skull said we are, I am native here.
Do you
that-
know anything?
Well, not off the top of my head, but if I see something, I might.
That's fair.
And I think there's more of a chance of someone seeing me and recognizing me than you.
That's also
Just
We
some
could
food for
probably hide
thought.
behind you.
I think all of us could hide. That's
That
what he's
might
for.
be my purpose.
He's the wall.
But I
A
feel,
blade of armor.
I feel grossly underdressed to do that.
I can say for sure he gives great piggyback rides.
Oh,
Again,
Would you like a spyglass while you're up there, Quinn? Perhaps a
Lorelai will
spyglass.
just snatch up her staff, which is just a really long, really pretty piece of coral, and just kind of twirl around it. All right, let us go then.
I will
Onward.
lead the way.
Why do you have an empty wine bottle? I
You
was
drank it
hoping
all
for
last night.
wine.
Probably because
You
you
know?
drank it all yesterday.
So who is leading?
Possibly.
Asol will be leading the charge, and I will open the door.
With a Kender on his shoulder with his little hoop back.
So you open the door and you see a relatively well lit hallway that looks to go to the east of where you are in map orientation. And there's a door on the north and south wall of this hallway, and the hallway looks to open up and go to the left and right, but ends at another door straight ahead. And on either side of the door, there are two levers, one red and one blue. And there's a door to the north before you get there and a door to the south.
Scott,
as you
should
go.
the space between the levers be visible? Because it's currently open to us.
Agreed.
Yes, because that door is a gated,
Got it.
Portcullis.
Just making sure.
is a gated door, is a see-through
Portcullis.
gate, portcullis type door. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The first thing Asol will do is take a step into the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
and then let out in his deep voice. Hello? Looking for members of the dust?
Wait,
I thought
we
being
weren't supposed to be
quiet.
found.
Yeah.
Oh,
Welp.
All right, I need to make a few. I need to make a few perception checks. Hold on.
That message was not conveyed to Asol. I thought we agreed we needed to find the dust members to get our stuff back.
I
thought we agreed not to fight the dust members, all that stuff.
I look over at Lorelei. I continue to fail to see his tactical purpose.
Philosophy is confusing.
At first I thought I understood it. Now I am starting to agree with you.
I have no doubts at all.
I mean, we have a battle healer.
No thoughts, just
vibes. And magic user. And I imagine some type of scout and a mighty warrior that has seen battles. Why do we have a talking elephant?
What's he do? And points at Quinn.
He's like an animal handler, a farmer.
Oh.
I have a stick.
What use is that?
Yeah,
provides sustenance. I imagine he cooks.
Just because you farm doesn't necessarily mean you cook, I think.
I don't know. Do I cook? I might. We'll find out later. I'll cook some dinner.
Excellent.
I don't know why that doesn't comfort me.
So your voice echoes back to you, bouncing
really
off these hallways, and you don't hear any movement or any change.
Towards everyone we go. Seems like there's no dust members.
After a moment, because of his voice and the echo, Gil will tiptoe up to this door and just listen. He wants to make sure there's no more movement in there. People scrambling about that may be coming out here soon.
Which door?
South.
Give me a perception check.
Excellent. Sweep the rooms. Make sure they're clear.
That's a 6. At least it wasn't a 1 this time.
You do not hear any noise coming through that door.
I'm confused. Are we trying to not draw attention?
We want to find these dusties, as they were called, but I would rather us not give them any kind of warning that we're coming.
Asol, it appears that you can hear very well. Check the north door, please.
He does have really big ears.
Issue with big ears. They don't actually hear all that much, and I
disagree.
I will go to the north door and I will stick my trunk to the bottom of the door and sniff inside.
All right, give me a perception check.
Would this be an advantage with my keen sense?
You only hear super low sounds from far, far away.
Is that a yes or a no?
I said give me a perception check.
I'm asking if it is scent based or not.
If you're sniffing, yes.
Perfect. That will give me advantage. With the advantage, only gives me a 9 as I drop a 1.
So you sniff at the bottom of that room. It smells very dusty, and you do not smell anything. You don't smell signs of life. Put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. This room to the north smells dusty.
The
I don't
dusty
know
creatures.
if the dusty creatures are actual dust creatures. This is something more. It was not very clear on.
Either
There was
way,
a lot of them where
the
it was not
name
very
could-
clear about.
yeah. Either way, we should probably check these two. We don't know where our items are.
Can we do
It
need
wa-
our stuff? I would really like my pouch back.
That's what I mean. It could be in one of these two places. We should probably look at least cursory, at least get an idea, and then before we move on.
One at a time, please.
I agree. We don't want to open both doors at the same time. Asol, I think we'll go to your room first.
works, and I will try to open it.
So the door opens. It's a big metal door, and it squeaks and squeals as you open it. And we're going to take a break right there. So we are at our break, folks. Let's take a 10-minute bathroom and drink refresh break. We will come back and continue on with this first episode of Twist of Fate. Hey everybody, we are back. Dicey Decisions, Twist of Fate campaign starting this evening. Here we are after break. Our amnesiacs have come out of the morgue room into a hallway and opened the door on the north wall. As the door creaks open inside the room, you see 3 skeletons sitting on some crates. The room is filled with clothes and trinkets and things, personal possessions. And there are 2 adolescent ghosts putting on a show. They are inhabiting clothing and playing characters as they show these 3 skeletons a good time. One of them is a young female ghost apparition, and she has around her head a familiar tiara that our Loxodon recognizes immediately. And you all would recognize that as the item that your friend wore in whatever past visual memories you have of your friend. And the young boy happens to have a seashell necklace around his neck as they are portraying these grandiose characters in this make-believe play that they are putting on for these 3 skeletons.
Gil tilts his head, taking it in just for a split second, then turns to Quinn with a smirk and says, "Quick, use your skelepathy."
I don't know skelepathy. I just wonder about it sometimes.
Instinctually, Asol will turn to the one wearing his tiara, and he shouts out this command that says "return." As I will cast command.
Okay. You may go ahead and target poltergeist number 2 with that.
They're here.
This house
Nice
is
reference.
clean.
I gotta double check I got my targeting right. Yes.
And that movie, just when I was a kid, that movie. Ugh.
Oh, good.
Oh my god, the mirror scene. I still can't deal with that.
Sorry, you targeted the skeleton. It should have been poltergeist 2, not skeleton 2.
Sorry about that. You want to use that same roll or you want me to retarget?
Let me check what was it? A wisdom save?
Yeah.
Should be, yes.
It would be a 11.
That will still fail.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you cast a spell and you say return?
Yes. Command is a one word. I'm obviously pointing at the tiara as my focal point, but I can only give him a one-word command.
Okay, so I'm going to have the poltergeist make an insight check to see if they understand what you mean by the point and the word.
Philosophers cast spells.
Yes. Correct. With an insight check of 19, they understand what you mean and they are compelled. However, this pisses off the brother, and we are going to drop into initiative at this point. So please go ahead and roll initiative.
That is a
19.
12 for Asol.
1P.
I also have a 19.
Wow, that's some high rolls.
18.
12 for Quinn.
Well, I rolled a 2.
I missed my plus 12 to initiative. I surely do.
All right, well, here we are at the top of the round of the first battle of this campaign. Gil?
Yep.
You go first. You see this one poltergeist is complying with the command that your friend is given. However, the other one gets very, very angry and turns and makes a hideous face, and the three skeletons also all turn in your direction. So
Okay.
they can all be considered hostile, but you do know that the poltergeist number 2 was commanded by your friend. They just
He
haven't
was?
acted
Okay.
yet.
All right. Gil, like, almost instinctively draws his bow, looks at poltergeist number 1, but, like, will attempt to hide behind this door frame. Well, I guess he can't. Well, yeah.
Okay. You're attempting to shoot from there hidden, is what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah, that's a 16 stealth.
Okay. Perception is only a 5 for the poltergeist, so you get out of line of sight from that poltergeist and are hidden before you attack.
I get advantage on this. That is a 23.
That will definitely hit.
For 13 points of damage.
You do notice that it does go through the corporeal form of this creature, and it doesn't seem to do as much damage as you would like.
Okay. So move, action, bonus, I'm done.
All right. Second is Kalen. Lorelai, you'll be next.
Kalen squints his eyes and just immediately like kneels down and begins running forward. And as a bonus action, he's going to use his not lucky footwork, but Leoprine senses, and he's going to end up backflipping as a bonus action over them. As a bonus action, I can leap 10 feet or 5 times my proficiency modifier. So he backflips over and then just steps up to the skeleton and swings in a wide arc.
Nice.
Oh.
And that'll be a critical hit.
Awesome.
For 25 points of damage.
Nice roll.
So
Good.
your greatsword just basically completely obliterates the skeleton. Bones shatter everywhere in all directions as you do that. And in doing so, since you rolled a nat 20, this is the first one, and this is where things are going to come into play. Tell us a memory of your training that returns to you in this moment.
So the slash coming down, he immediately flashes to when he was 7 years old, using a wood like a stick, and just repeatedly hitting this this tree trunk that is clearly worn from being beaten by sticks over and over. And he's making that same slashing motion, hitting this one tree trunk over and over, and it just flashes the repetitiveness and the muscle memory and how much he has put into slashing with a practicing with a bladed weapon.
And was there anyone there in this memory?
His friends were nearby, but he always seemed to ignore his friends when it was training time. They would be playing. There were fairy folk. It was very lush forests and very colorful flowers. But once he started training, he basically ignored the entire world.
And this memory comes back to you, and you feel more confident in your ability with your weapon. But you also realize that at some point you were better at this than you are now.
Obviously. I'm done.
All right. Lorelai, you are up.
Okay, move here. Lorelai just like mouth hangs open as she watches him do a backflip, just in awe of like the grace of the move.
It was
And
pretty
just like,
badass.
yeah, just appreciative of like that gracefulness. And she'll kind of just like flourish her hand out and cast an Eldritch Blast at the Poltergeist number 2. Wait, not number 2, number 1. That button. Does a 23 hit?
Oh, yes, it does.
Nice. For 8 points of damage.
That slams into the creature and it wails hideously as you hit
Give,
into it.
give me back my necklace, you fuck.
See, I just imagine that she opens she uncorks the bottle to send Eldritch Blasts out.
That's not how that works.
All right, so the commanded poltergeist goes, steps through. Will you allow them to pass?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And they come to the doorway and pull off the tiara and hand it out. That's a move and an action. As soon as that's done, they turn and sneer hideously, but their turn is done.
Right.
Poltergeist number 1. Well, let's see.
I imagine them going from like nice Galadriel face to
Yes,
Banshee Galadriel.
100%. They were young kids playing dress up, and you disturbed their fun.
Mm-hmm.
This one comes racing towards you, slamming into you.
Slamming into whom?
Into Kalen.
Ah.
As it tries to slam into you, you dodge out of the way, and it does not. Its claw does not scrape through your skin.
One moment. As I'm dodging, my blade is also coming around my back, and I'm going to use my reaction to combat superiority and riposte because they missed me with a melee attack.
Okay.
Oh, I rolled it twice. I'm not. Oh, because I'm targeting the dead skeleton.
Yes. So
I need
the roll would have been. Oh, you need to re-roll because it was advantage.
Can you make me not target the dead skeleton? I can't target it or untarget. It's not
Because
there.
it's gone. Hold
Can
on.
I clear targets?
You can on the combat tracker. So hold on. Hold on. Targets. There it is. Skeleton's
Okay,
gone.
cool. Rerolling. 18 to hit.
That will definitely hit.
I'm using combat superiority, so I'm adding a d8 to the damage. So 16 points of damage as I spin as I'm dodging and come across at the waist height.
As your weapon passes through this creature, it does wail a little bit, but you do realize it doesn't really have the same effect as it would versus a flesh-born creature.
Makes sense. Yay, I got to use riposte.
You did.
Yeah. Immediately.
Vora, it is your turn.
Can I go through the poltergeist?
You cannot go through enemy squares unless you have specific abilities that allow you to do that.
Okay, well, I'm going to.
Or are a halfling.
I am not. I'm gonna just move up a little bit. And.
So technically speaking, you would have to be in a square.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna stand on somebody then.
You can't share a square with your friend. You can move through it, but if there's nowhere to go, you're rejected back.
Well, whatever. Hold on. Hold on. I can't do that then, because I need to be within 5. If there's 5 feet between me and the thing, does that count?
What are you trying to do?
Word of Radiance.
No, you'd have to be
Boo.
face to base with it.
Whatever. Okay, fine. I'm gonna, I'm feeling a little dark. I'm just gonna go ahead and... I can't do anything. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm still
Take your time.
learning all of this.
Take your time.
I'm confused.
Are you a philosopher?
No, that's the other cleric.
Yeah.
Not even close. From where I'm at, and I can't shoot a poltergeist, can I?
Sure,
That's
sure.
ethereal? Okay. I'm being very
You
literal.
can certainly try.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to target poltergeist 2.
Okay.
And I'm just going to shoot my crossbow. I think.
Yep.
I really think I'm going to. There we go.
Nice.
18.
That will hit.
Fantastic. Hold on.
The bolt does penetrate and it howls a little bit, but it does not seem to do, again, the same kind of damage it would to a flesh-born creature.
Okay. Well, I tried.
Anything else?
No.
All right. The skeleton gets up out of his chair and goes after the Harangon with his short sword. All righty. He swings with his short sword and misses you as he clumsily sword clangs off of one of the clothes racks next to you.
It looks as though he's going to riposte it, but due to the limits of action economy in the universe, he cannot.
Kaylin has remembered something else.
Remember the reaction ability.
Right. The other skeleton pops up and does the same, or attempts to do the same with his short sword. Does a 16 hit?
Does not.
All right. Another swing and a miss. We are at Quinn. Asol, you are next.
All right. Quinn will just sort of hop down off of Asol's shoulder. And he will sort of fumble around in his belt for a little bit, and he'll pull a sling stone out of his pouch, and he'll fit it very carefully into his hoopak. And as he does this, you notice that his fingers move very deftly in sort of a pattern that you don't necessarily recognize. And he goes, "All right, and fire!" And you see the sling stone falls to the ground right next to him, but a bolt of flame just comes soaring out of the hoopak and smashes into the poltergeist. So this is firebolt.
Amanda and I almost killed each other. He said definitely, and we both held up and said that's one.
Oh wow!
So that is a crit.
That's a good throwback. Crit.
Crit, nice.
Ooh, yes.
Ooh, big crit.
Okay, so 14 points of fire damage to the poltergeist.
So as this bolt leaves your hands, you remember the very first time you cast this cantrip. What does that memory look like to you?
Gosh. So this was probably a really long time ago on a moonlit night. It would be a full moon, and it was the red moon, obviously. So Everything was bathed in sort of white, sort of a vague red glow as Lunatari's light sort of waxed very strong that night. And on his way home from one of his wanderings, as young Kender often are, sneaking out of the house, getting a little bit ahead of themselves as far as their curiosity is concerned, and on the way home was waylaid by a goblin, and in his fear and confusion, he just lashed out, and a bolt of fire caught this goblin on fire, and it was really scary, actually. But by the same token, he knew that it was the lady looking out for him.
As that memory comes back to you, so does the name of that moon to your memory.
Yeah. Yay.
All right. Assault.
Yes. I will retrieve my tiara and put it back onto his head, and you see it actually just like slides back on perfectly and insets itself, almost supernaturally. And he will turn towards that young poltergeist and say, well, I think it might be time for you to retire now. And radiating off of the tiara, you hear the sound of what sounds like a loud shutting of a book as I cast Toll the Dead, which is a wisdom save.
The poltergeist got a 13.
And my DC is 13. So that'll be my turn.
Yep.
But I tried.
The slamming of the book is reverberating off the walls to no other ill effect.
Yep.
All right.
I will actually move 5 feet back, and he can take his attack of opportunity if you would like.
The poltergeist will totally do that. That's number 2, targeting you. It reaches out, try to snatch you. Was a 22 hit?
Yeah, 22 will hit.
As its hand moves through your flesh, you are slammed with this force.
Ow.
For 12 points of damage.
Oh.
Damn.
You hear the wind almost get knocked out of him.
That looked really bad, especially to Quinn.
Yeah.
That literally leaves me with 1 hit point.
Oh.
I told you, I am a frail-looking Kender.
Oh my god. Okay.
Skeleton 1 died, right? Yes.
Yes.
So now it is Kalstrick's turn.
Callistric can't see what's going on because Gil's in the way, but he heard his friend, who he recently remembered her name, being Lorelei. This is all very strange. It's overwhelming, but she needs something. So he shoulders Gil out of the way and looks around the corner into the room. He sees a specter, a ghost, wearing a necklace. She said she wants her necklace. So using telekinetic movement, I pull the necklace off of the ghost to me.
Okay.
Telekinetic movement says, if you can see the target and it's within 30 feet of you, you can move it up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. If it's a tiny object, you can move it to or from your hand.
What is this power?
Telekinetic movement. It comes with being a Psi warrior.
Right,
It
but what's the
costs
name of
1
the power?
telekinetic movement. It's in
Oh, it's a psionic power.
Psionic power. Yeah, sorry.
It's either a loose object or a creature. This object is
Oh,
being
loose
worn,
object.
so it's
Oh.
not loose.
So it doesn't do anything. Got it.
Well, what I'm saying is if you would know how the power works.
Right.
So if you're going
So I
to use
wouldn't try
this,
to-
you could try to move the target to you, the target that's wearing it.
Let me see what it looks like in there. Oh my God, they're all over the place. Well, I'll just go right here then and not do that. And I'll
Okay.
target poltergeist number 2.
Okay.
Try to pound him into mush
All right.
using the maul. Here we go. That's a 19 to hit,
That will definitely hit.
and that is 8 damage, partially resisted.
Yes, it's resisted as your ball head goes through this incorporeal creature. It doesn't do as much damage as you are used to, but it does wail out in pain. So it does have some effect.
And I say, relinquish the objects.
Okay. You would not have used a psionic die then.
Right, I'll take that
So you
off.
can
Thank
unclip
you.
that. Yep. Just for bookkeeping. All right. We are back to top of the round. Gil.
Yeah, so Gil is standing there with his bow out, and he sees, like, not only is he face to face with this poltergeist, but he sees into the room and seeing that Kalen is kind of surrounded. And for a moment, he's not sure what to do, but then something, like, comes to his brain, and he stares almost in a trance-like state for a moment at the space behind poltergeist number 1. And he, like, kind of, like, his eyes narrow a bit, and in front of everyone, his body disappears and is replaced by a shower of starlight, and he appears in the space behind. Why can't I do that? Why isn't it letting me do that?
You should be
Your
able
power
to.
doesn't work.
Yeah, right there. And I activate with a bonus action Starlight Step. But as he comes back into, like, view and corporeal, he has the bow in one hand and his rapier is out in the other, and as soon as he becomes fully formed, he just stabs at the poltergeist in front of him with the rapier.
As he does that,
Mm-hmm.
as the starlight forms and he zips over, Asol, you recognize that the starlight he left behind was from the astral plane.
Noted.
I will attack my rapier. That is a 17.
That will hit.
Do get sneak. That is 11 points of damage, so it only does 5.
Yeah, as your rapier definitely hits into this thing. It wails in pain, but these are quite hardy given that your weapons are not doing full damage.
And he looks around and realizes, okay, he's gonna, like, move almost like a slide as he pulls the rapier out of the incorporeal form to end up right there.
So
Target's
Skeleton
gonna
3 would get a
He would.
attack on you. Okay. He will take it. He swings his short sword back across. Does a 14 hit.
It does not.
All right. He misses you. And
That's it for me.
Kalen, it's back to you.
Kalen squints, looking around, kind of taking note of where everyone is, seeing out the door, and then gets into a low position and is going to slash upward at Poltergeist 1.
Okay. I cleared your target by mistake, so make sure you target them.
All good. A 10 will miss, but as he's going up, he grabs it with the other hand, and he's going to action surge and come out with it, thrusting into it. 11 will also miss. This is a disappointing round.
But you looked like
You
a
looked-
really awesome
It
disappointment.
looks dope.
It looked
It was
dope.
a really cool
Yeah,
looking
Guild
disappointment.
holds up a little paper that says 10 on it.
And he, like, it's hard to tell if you actually hit him or not. The sword still went
Right.
through him.
Oh,
Right,
it
right,
did so much damage.
Yeah.
These things are tough.
All right, Lorelai.
Lorelai will take her staff and kind of thrust it onto the ground for balance, and then lean backwards to get a view around Calstrick, and kind of lean her head against Vora a little bit and just fling out another Eldritch Blast at Poltergeist 1. For a dirty, filthy little 20.
That will hit.
For 5 points of damage.
And it rears back at that. It does not like that eldritch energy slamming into it.
And that's
Alright.
it.
All right, the girl is there in the doorway and is going to go for the one that's in the room between her and her brother. So that's going to be Cal. Cal, and you're going to be attacked. But with a 7, it completely and totally misses you as it tries to slam into you.
Well, that's disappointing because I'm going to use a combat superiority and use a reaction to riposte.
Okay. You can riposte when they miss, too?
It's
That's
only when they miss.
Only when they miss.
Oh, when they miss. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Ugh.
My dice have gone cold!
The
stealing.
brother is also reaching out to grab onto you.
It's the ears.
Mhm.
Ooh, that almost hit.
Yes!
But that's rolled off down to a 6. So this one misses you as well.
How you like me now?
All right, Vora, it is
Love
your
it.
turn.
Okay, bear with me if I do things wrong, but I'm gonna try.
That's fine.
I'm
Get
I
him,
do
gonna
things wrong all the
move-
time.
I'm gonna move right up here.
I mean,
Now I'm within 5 feet.
Yes.
And I
Of
can.
Poltergeist 2, yes.
And I already have Poltergeist 2 targeted.
Great.
And I'm going to cast Word of Radiance.
Mhm.
Corin, stop tapping.
You hit it
Twice. That was an accident, new mouse.
But it's okay. First time it succeeded on the save, so no damage.
Oh, well, boo. Okay, whatever.
That's correct.
That sucks.
Okay. And as a bonus action, can I cast Spiritual Weapon?
Yes, you can. You can use a spell slot after using a cantrip. Absolutely.
Yep. And how do I position that? Because I actually.
So in Fantasy Grounds,
Yes.
you right click with your mouse and it should open up a menu, and the arrow pointer lets you pick a shape to draw, and then you just draw it where you want it, and then it will have a center point for you to move it. The thing about spiritual weapons is they don't take up space.
Okay.
You just have to put it adjacent to where you want. You could put it above their head. You could put it in the square next to them, even if the
Okay.
square is occupied. But it does matter where it is in relation to the enemies because you do have a movement of them.
I do know that.
I would also recommend everyone at the top where you can click on your portrait. If you right click on the bottom right, there's a circle and you can set the color.
Mm.
It would be very beneficial if we all had different colors.
Yes.
Okay.
So since Brandy's doing this first, she gets to pick the first color.
So
I already picked white.
Where do I write?
Nope.
What do
Nope.
I do? Ah! I right click where?
On your portrait,
Uh-huh.
and then on the bottom right, there'll be set color.
Okay. No. What happened?
Did I make you break it?
I broke it. I went away. I disappeared.
Yeah, her character went away.
I still see her.
I see her, but it has a question mark over
Question
her.
mark. Yeah.
That's what
I mean,
get
she's
for-
on the map, but for some reason in the list of players at the
We can
top.
worry about the color later.
Okay.
Mhm. Just
Agreed.
right-click on the map, and then at the top left is pointers, and then you'll have an option for a square, a circle, or a cone.
Okay. I want a circle, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I'm clicking. It's not doing anything.
You're clicking somewhere on the map.
I opened up draw a circle. And
Yeah, it drew one right in front of you.
Oh, I don't see it. That's why.
Did it?
I don't see it either,
I
to be
don't-
honest.
No.
Oh no, it didn't.
That's what I get.
Sorry. Well, we'll mess with this another time.
Oh,
There it
wait,
is.
there it is.
That's me.
Oh.
I just
Oh,
made
okay.
that.
I want
Yeah.
it directly above Poltergeist 1. Like right in
Okay.
the square above it. Yeah,
Great.
right there. And I just lost my character sheet.
So now all you have to do is grab your is target that creature with the spell effect
Okay.
or the attack roll or whatever it is for spiritual weapon.
Okay, I'm trying to untarget and it's not letting me.
Says you have target 2 poltergeist 2 targeted.
Yes, and I'm trying to untarget it, but it's not letting me.
You don't need to untarget it.
Okay. I'm trying to do Poltergeist 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said that's right.
Yeah.
So hold on. That's my bad.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in the-
Don't worry, folks. We're professionals.
No, I'm clearly not, but now can I target it?
Poltergeist 1.
Yes.
It's targeted.
Okay. So now I cast Spiritual Weapon
Mm-hmm.
poorly.
13 will hit though.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
And what does your spiritual weapon look like?
My spiritual weapon looks like a very old, ornate, rusty key.
So this old, ornate, rusty key slams into this creature and it collapses down into a ethereal ball and winks out completely. When it does so, it's that was number 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When it does so, its sister lets out a hideous wail. All right. Skeletons still have a herring gun to try to beat. So with a 13, do I hit?
Nope.
And the next skeleton also swings his short sword around. How about a 15?
Negative.
That one glances off the armor at least.
Yes.
All right, Quinn, it is your turn.
They're getting closer.
I mean, technically,
Quinn-
they're all glancing off the armor because I don't have any dex to AC.
Right.
I will let you know, Scott, in case that was a mistake. It does look like that was at me.
Oh. Well,
It
I
still
read,
missed.
the,
It still
I read the
missed.
number. Yeah, I just had the wrong person targeted because
It's
you
still-
you moved out of the way and I retargeted to
Yeah.
you for the attack of opportunity.
That's fine.
Well, Quinn is just really, really excited that he has remembered the name of the moon. So he will just kind of like slam his hoopak on the ground and just very brightly exclaim, "Lunitari! I remembered!" And as he does, this pale red, like the entire, like this pale red light like filters in, almost like you're inside a full moon, and a ray of moonlight descends on the poltergeist. And this will be Moonfire.
Ooh. Sounds bad.
Well, you
Oh.
saved.
Sadly, the poltergeist does save with with a 20.
So you don't take any damage. So that's the end of that.
All right.
But it looked cool.
It did look cool.
It would have been radiant, so
Ooh.
it would have been
oh,
extra good.
Yes. After seeing Gil's starlight left behind, his vision kind of goes white and he goes flush, and Aethel kind of just stumbles back, trying not to, for lack of better terms, pass out. And he will take his action to take the dodge action.
Okay. So you back up and protect yourself out of the way.
Mhm.
All right. Calistrick.
I will bash him again, or try to. That's a miss.
With an 8, that will definitely miss.
All right, I'm holding my ground, and
Okay.
that's all I'm going to do.
Top of the round to Gil. You are
And you're
muted
mute.
somehow?
Yep, because I didn't have my mic on. He moves like he was going to turn and stab the poltergeist, but it's gone. So he kind of like changes his stance, and he sees the two skeletons, and he's like, all right. He moves here, and he is going to stab at skeleton 3.
Okay.
As he comes in, he just holds the rapier out in front of him. When he lands, he just thrusts it forward with as much force as he possibly can. And rolls a 14.
That will hit.
For 12 points of damage. And something happened.
Yes. New rule for this campaign. We're doing system shock.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Yippee!
So when you do a certain damage threshold, it will automatically roll the system shock. So the system shock roll of the skeleton failed. So it is stable, unconscious, and prone from that
Oh.
hit.
you knocked it unconscious.
Knocked it unconscious.
Wow.
Pulls his rapier back, looks at Kalen, looks at the other skeleton, and just gets into like a defensive stance. But that's it. That's all he can do.
All right. Keelan.
Kalen, understanding his role in the party, switches his attention to the poltergeist that is between him and his friends.
Okay.
And goes from that forward thrust he did up and back down backwards, trying to hit poltergeist number 2. 16.
That will totally hit.
For a whopping 10 points of damage.
Which is reduced by half from the
Maybe,
incorporealness.
it's reduced by hand.
Strawberry. What if we gave
Stay where I'm at.
Lorelei.
Lorelei will see the poltergeist that had her necklace on dissipate and will call out to Kaylin, "My necklace! Don't let it break!" And will kind of spin into this spot here and will fire off another Eldritch Blast at Poltergeist number 2. Gross. An 8.
That will miss.
She's much more
Bummer.
concerned about her necklace than she is about hitting this ghost.
Give me a perception check.
4.
You cannot see it. You don't see it anywhere.
Okay, she starts like hyperventilating a little bit.
All right, Poltergeist 2 is going to turn. We'll keep their attention back on Kaylin. Does an 18 hit?
It does.
And it slams into you, doing 7 points of force damage.
Ooh.
Vora.
Okay, I'm gonna try the Word of Radiance again
Okay.
on Poltergeist 2.
It
Nice.
failed this time, so it will take the damage.
Okay.
Suck it, nerd.
So much
You
damage.
shall not pass.
So it takes 2 points of radiant damage.
And then can I move my spiritual weapon as a bonus action?
Yes, and if it makes contact with the creature you intend to attack with it in the distance you move it, you still get the attack.
Yeah, I was just gonna scoot it down, but I don't think I can move that yellow circle. I think you did that one.
Yeah, you're just gonna put it over top of these two.
Yeah, I was gonna try to go for both of them.
Yeah, you can only hit one at a time, so
Okay.
whichever one you pick.
Let's go ahead and go for Poltergeist since I did such a crappy job of the other one. Just hit the damage.
Now you got to roll to attack. There you go.
18.
18 will hit.
Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Kaboom.
11 points. Nice. So that key slams into it and it howls in pain. It's not looking good at all.
Okay.
Skeleton 2 is going to attack Kaelin still. Does an 18 hit?
Still
Didn't have
hits.
your didn't have you targeted, so rectify that. A short sword pierces through the plates of your armor for 6 points of piercing damage.
Rude.
Very.
The other skeleton is prone, stable, and unconscious. Quinn, it is your turn.
Well, I was just so very excited to feel the light of Lunatari on my skin again. I am going to try again. I will do another little moonfire here on this poltergeist. It's going to roll the exact same number, which is sort of statistically seems it's very improbable. That is extremely improbable, but you know, that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
We
Dave's with the 20.
we know statistics apparently. All right. We had a greater than 50% chance of succeeding at that. It's good. Good.
All right.
Okay, that's it. No, yeah.
So
Fuck Lunatari, I guess. That's a new Tari from here on out. All right.
All right. Aesol, snapping out of his brief panic, will walk back and you will hear a similar sound of the book being slammed on the library table as he casts Toll the Dead on the poltergeist again.
with an 8
This
it
time.
fails.
So he will take
Damn.
11 points.
Oh no.
He takes
He will take
nothing
no points.
because you have it. You have the type is necrotic.
Yeah, that's what Toll the Dead does.
That's what Toll the Dead
Right.
does.
Right.
Yeah.
So it takes nothing because it's immune to necrotic.
Bummer.
But I remember that now.
You do remember that now.
Memory unlocked.
Be my turn.
All right.
Everyone disliked that.
Calistrick, you're up.
Yes.
Except the poltergeist.
Fair.
Yeah. So grunting in surprise that he didn't hit the last time, he's going to swing straight for this creature's head with his maul and miss once again with a 7.
We were all in a coma before. I just want to point that out.
And it shows.
We're
If you
coma
guys-
bonded.
If you guys
And
need to
strike
tell
this
your
creature.
friends that I gave you like levels of exhaustion, we can just roll that. All right, Gil, top of the round.
He's surprised. He seems surprised that the skeleton fell, and he pulls his rapier back and he swings around to look at the other skeleton, but then notices that the poltergeist is still there. So, again, like something comes over him and he grips his bow, closes his eyes, and just like motions to the sky, and a bolt of radiant flame comes from the sky to try to hit poltergeist number 2.
Okay.
Sacred flame.
You still have skeletons retargeted. Yeah.
Get that. Yes, he rolled high. Another 20.
Yeah, he gets out of the way and is not hit.
Damn. Okay.
Kaylin.
So Kalen, getting slightly aggravated that he's not hitting, closes his eyes briefly, takes a deep breath,
Nice roll.
Nice
Wins.
roll.
and is going to go after the poltergeist again.
I know it's not
th-
canon, probably, but I am totally saying that the name of this poltergeist in life was Victor.
I am going to make this. I think I have to declare ahead of time when I make the attack. This is going to be a maneuvering attack.
Okay.
Right back.
No, I don't need to do that. Never mind. It's just going to be a regular attack.
Okay.
23
That will definitely hit.
for 7 points. Resisted.
Yes. It does. It's howl in pain. It's not looking good.
I bonused. I action. I'm not moving, so I'm done.
Lorelai.
Lorelai, in a fit of anger, just stomps her feet, very childish like, and will, instead of a Eldritch Blast, fling out a ray of frost on Poltergeist number 2.
Hey.
For 16
That will hit.
for 4 points of damage.
It seems like not all that damage gets through either. So it does have resistance to cold damage.
That's horseshit.
Oh, we're
I
learning.
agree.
It's going to go and continue to try to beat up on the herring gun. Does a 16 hit?
It does not. So we're gonna spend our third combat superiority die to swing on it again.
Uh-huh.
19.
That will hit.
Here we go.
Okay. This one and this one for 18 points of damage.
Yeah, that you see this thing crumples again the same way the other one does, down into a ethereal ball and then winks out.
Nice.
Fora.
Okay. I'm going to move right here.
Okay.
And I'm going to swing my Warhammer at Skeleton 2.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to know how to... I'm gonna invoke my tattoo with Eldritch Maul. And,
Okay.
It just means I deal an extra 1d6 force damage. And I can do a target up to 15 feet away, but it's right there. So I'm just going to do that.
Right. So first you roll the hit,
Okay.
and if you hit, then you'll click on the force damage by the Eldritch Claw before you roll the damage for the weapon.
Got it. He's targeted, right? Pretty sure I did.
Looks like it.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Nah.
11 will miss.
Okay. So my spiritual weapon is still sitting there. I'm going to go ahead and go for him.
Uh-huh.
Since it's sitting there.
Yep.
And I'm still targeted. So.
Correct.
16?
That will hit.
Nice. So much damage.
So the spiritual weapon, the key slams into him, and it definitely squawks in pain as it turns, trying to still skewer the Harengon. Does a 12 hit?
Nope.
The other one is still stable but unconscious. Quinn, your turn.
Yay. All right, well, I can still see a skelly boy, so I don't have to resort to my skelepathy. Thank goodness. Well, my sling worked really well before, so I'm going to try that again now. So I'm going to take another sling stone out. I'm going to whip it around, and I'm going to fling it at the skeleton. It's 20, dirty, filthy, nasty, 20.
That will hit.
Fantastic. All right. So that is 3 points of fire damage to the skeleton.
All right. Fire slams into it and it squawks as well. A soul.
Time for you to take your rest, you filthy skeleton. Third book slam. I should probably target him, huh?
Yeah, you need a target.
That work? No, it did not.
There you go.
There we go. Boo-boo-boo.
He fails that save.
Let's see if this one's immune to necrotic.
I would hope not. Thank God.
No,
He
that's
is
30.
not. He is not. He does take that full damage as it's the sound of the book tolls, and he is obviously ill affected by it. Calistrick.
I'm going to push through my friends so that I can get at that skeleton.
Yep.
Barely make it, and I've been wanting to get at these bones for a couple seconds here. Let's see if I can whack them. Wait, I gotta target him. It's Maul time, boys.
Morbid time.
Nice.
That's a crit.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Damn.
So this maul comes down and just shatters the skull of the skeleton, splinters it everywhere. As it does so, you remember a moment of glory from your past of battle. Describe it for us.
I remember that I've always been a low-ranking soldier. I was treated as a low-ranking soldier. I don't quite remember why. For I was capable and strong. I was sent with a party, to stop a drake, a large lizard-like dragon, a drake, and my men, my compatriots, had delivered many blows. And as it died, it snapped, its head swung my way. And I took the chance. My mighty, stone-headed, iron-banded maul crushed its skull. It wasn't my doing alone. I worked well with the team, but I finished it. And that was the first moment that I felt my commander smile down upon me. For my men raised me high that day, and I drank much ale. This I remember.
As that memory comes flooding back to you, you remember several of the men in that group, men and women in that group, and the name of your commander comes back to you as a memory.
Okay. I also say out loud, "Oh, they who commit theft will soon themselves be bereft." I look around. No more?
There's no more. There's one skeleton that hasn't been shattered, but he is unconscious over there.
Yeah, and Gil sees that. He's basically going to step over to the prone skeleton and just with force step on like where the neck joint is to try to separate the head from the body.
Easily done. Yes, you are able to dismember the skeleton, and you at their feet you do find your friend's shell necklace.
I will pick it up and make my way over to Lorelei, and I believe this belongs to you, my lady.
She lets out just like a big sigh and takes her necklace back.
I did drop those two items into your inventory, so the two of you have your special item back.
Thanks.
I believe we're still looking for a bracelet, a pouch, my book, and a few other items.
I had a pin for my cloak. It's gone.
Cloak pin.
Bora's walking around where the skeletons are crushed, just kind of scanning to see if she sees her bracelet.
So looking around this room, you do see there are several other things in here. You do find a multicolored stone disc, a small cloth doll that's been skewered with several needles, a petrified mouse, and you also find 3 uniforms that have a symbol on them that as soon as you open them up and see them, you realize a soul would recognize this as the Heralds of Dust robe.
Yes, I think that's what the people who work here wear. The rest of this stuff I'm not too sure of. Question, Kaylin, can I borrow those cards from earlier?
Sure. Hand them over.
I will take them and I will go back to the room that we were just in and go to my table, and I will start ritually casting a spell with the cards.
What spell are you casting?
Augury.
Oh.
Huh.
What does that do?
by casting gem inlaid sticks, rolling dragon bones, laying out ornate cards, or employing some other divining tool, you receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. The DM chooses from the following possible choices. Wheel, woe, wheel in, woe, or nothing.
Okay. And you're using the cards themselves to do this?
I'm going to attempt to.
All right.
And my question out into the infinite universe is, will we talk our way out of this morgue?
So far, no.
Okay. So using the cards are there on the table, and you feel a breeze that comes from out of nowhere in the room. And 4 of the cards flip face up, and 4 of them stay face down. Or 3, or I should say, 3 stay face up, 3 stay face down, and the other one rotates in the air. So I forgot there were 7, not 8.
Yes. So I would understand that as wheel and woe.
Correct.
Okay.
What are you doing with the cards, big guy?
This tiara I wear, it empowered me to try and talk to the universe, as it were. I was simply just asking about our future plans and what might happen.
And what did the universe tell you?
That it doesn't know.
Well, that's encouraging.
I would rather it know nothing or know infinite possibilities than it know a determined set action and course. It at least proves we still have some free will in this situation.
It could have
It's up
said
to
all
us.
bad, and it didn't.
That's right. 14 million possibilities. We have at least one chance.
Yes.
And we have at least one.
So what is next?
Should we?
So
try-
that would have taken 10 minutes to ritually cast?
11 minutes.
Oh, right.
And I was planning on doing that while you guys search the room.
So we toss the room while he's doing that, and then gather up, and I guess we need to search the room
to the south.
South
across the hall
Yeah.
for our other items.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best place to start.
This room? Lorelai just points at a door.
Yes.
Yes,
Watch out for
but
more of those weird kids.
I would say the spellcasters need to spread away from the door, and the melee combatants should be up front.
That is why.
She's like
Spellcaster.
Still
That sounds way better than
undetermined.
Shepherd. I think I'm that one.
You threw fire out of your stick, sir. I don't think that's how you shepherd animals.
Prove it.
I actually think that could be quite effective.
Yeah.
You're technically, aren't you an animal?
Ask the philosopher.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. You know,
If you are
I
actually
had
speaking
heard of
technically,
beings of such
we are all animals.
immaturity.
She also points at Kaylin. Aren't you an animal? Throw fire at them. See if they move.
As are you.
I was.
No.
Go ahead, fire at her. See if she moves.
I think
I'm not an
everybody.
animal.
I think everybody that's flammable moves when fire's
As
thrown at
am
them.
I.
I don't know.
too.
If I would move.
Fair
Of course they
assessment.
would.
Let's open the door.
Okay, Lorelai
We can
opens the door.
discuss.
All right, Lorelai, you open the door. This sterile chamber reeks of embalming fluids.
Yay.
Great.
A mortician in a blood-stained apron hunches over a humanoid amalgam of patchwork flesh.
Even better.
Elbows deep in its flayed open chest with a pair of surgical instruments. This grim doctor turns, and you notice that its face seems to have a strange visage of its lower jaw that is transparent. Where the flesh once was, it is just clear, and you could see straight into the lower jaw of this once human, you think? He wears an outfit just like the one you saw in the hall across, as he is elbows deep inside this flesh-ridden creature, and it turns and it looks at you and says, "You do not belong here."
Hello.
Nope. I close the
Let-
door.
Let's
Agreed.
roll some initiative.
Oh, well.
You can close the door. We're still rolling initiative.
That is a 12.
8.
It's an 11.
3.
Roll
Hey,
the
I did
ones.
not
That
expect
one.
that.
Got
Wow.
a 4.
Me too.
Got a big-
Did not
Ooh.
expect that to be me.
Wow,
Wow,
that
did
was
3 of us get nat ones.
Yep.
Good job,
That
guys. Good
A
job.
great campaign.
We're gonna get it all out
Oh.
right now. This is.
Yeah,
Uh,
now we're all rolling good. I'm gonna go ahead and switch my dice again.
Listen, I was just following instructions.
I'm
So is
changing
everybody
mine,
rolled?
too.
All good?
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right.
wouldn't go that far, but we have all rolled.
All right. Well, top of the round is once again Gil.
Okay. Well, the door was closed, right?
The door got shut, yes.
He looks like he's about ready to just walk away, but then he remembers, wait, our stuff might be in there. So he kind of like, ugh, like he just can't believe this is happening. And he makes his way to the door, looks behind him and says, "We have no choice." And opens the door.
Okay, that's interact with object.
Okay. And he sees the golem, but he is focusing on the dude with the clear jaw.
Yes, I will share a picture with you.
Yeah, it'd be great.
That is a big fat nope.
You sure?
No, go ahead. I'm just saying. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Wow.
That's so
And
cool.
he
That's
is
pretty dope.
gonna.
The story behind it's even doper.
I don't think
I
dope
hate
is
him.
a word.
I freaking
It
hate
is
it.
now.
I will just carry around his skull until 5th level so I can cast Speak with Dead so we can hear the story.
I like that.
For a moment, Gil's looks like he's trying to figure out what to do. He raises his bow, but then he raises the hand, then he shakes his head and brings the bow down, aims and fires an arrow. And that's a 9. His indecision costs him, and he moves away from the door because he's like, "Nope, I made that mistake last time. I'll let other people go in without first."
So,
Awesome. Estelle will go ahead and you see him instinctually reach out his massive hand and almost turn it like he's turning a gear or a door handle, and you see apparating next to the dust herald of dust what looks to be a spectral compass as he casts spiritual weapon.
okay.
with a 13 to hit.
That will hit.
Perfect. He will take 8 points of force damage.
Right.
And with that compass, I will then use my action to slam another book shut and cast Toll the Dead on him.
The cleric two-step, my favorite.
And he fails that as well.
The bread and butter, man. Bread and butter.
You got that's right. Oh, you got it.
Take 1 extra point.
Oh no!
It did nothing to him.
Did not see that coming. Honestly.
Did it look like he resisted it, or it literally did nothing?
It looked like he resisted it.
Okay.
All right. The creature on the table stands up.
Half his movement.
And moves to there. And continues its movement and gets to there. Oops. Which is a double move for him because he had to stand up. But you are standing in front of this humongous flesh creature whose chest is ripped open and there's just gore and guts on the chest. However, you all see this plain as day. Around its wrist is a bracelet to recognize as Vora's.
Okay.
Gonna get you.
That hand's coming off.
Now,
One could argue that that hand is probably barely attached to begin with.
the Herald of Dust begins incanting a spell and gesturing, drawing arcane symbols in the sky and casts a spell.
I could totally counterspell, right?
Kidding.
In response, I will tap 2 blue.
That's a wrong game.
Rat.
And you see a kind of a warding shimmer cover over him.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't Fireball.
And
No.
he steps out of the line of sight. Calstrick.
Question for you, Scott.
Uh-huh.
If I drop my maul and pull out my halberd, can I swing it over Lorelai's head at this guy?
Does Albert have reach?
It does.
Yeah, you totally
10
can.
foot. Okay. So I won't hit her. All right, then that's what I do. I pull out the halberd. And what do I say?
Donde está la biblioteca?
O el baño. Either one.
Don't worry, I'll stand behind the warlock.
Yeah. No kidding. All right.
I'll be safe here.
I would happily move her if I could. That's a 16 to hit.
That will definitely hit.
The creature will take
No
12.
damage.
It takes no damage.
Ooh. May I use a psionic power dice to do a psionic power strike, which
Is that a bonus action?
that's a good question. Immediately after you hit a target, I think it just
Technically you
happens
did.
if you want to use it. You just have a limited number of those. It does psionic. Wait, what kind of damage does it do? Force damage. So I'm going to deliver that. Let's see if it helps.
Hold on a second.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, yes. You could do force damage equal to the number rolled plus your intelligence modifier, which should have been in. Yep.
Yep, it's in
So,
there.
so none of the halberd damage does anything, but by expending that, you get through some force damage on it.
Man, that's so the halberd just sinks into it. Nothing happens. It doesn't care.
Right.
So I expend some mental energy to pound into it as well, but ay. Okay. Then I suppose that is all I've got. That's it.
Okay. Vora, it is your turn.
So I'm fixated on this thing because I see my bracelet.
Mhm.
And I'm going to target him and I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
Please hit.
Oh, sorry, it's my mouse. Oh, they're both good. Yay.
It's okay. You hit. You hit with the guiding bolt.
Okay.
A really strong hit too.
Dude,
What?
sorry.
What?
I have a new mouse. It's very sensitive.
All right, so take back 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 13 damage. Nicely done. Radiant.
And there should be an effect you put on him next to that
Yeah.
damage roll. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, anything else?
Am I near Kaylin? Okay, no.
He is 2
Now we're
people
10 feet away.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Kaylin, it is your turn.
All right. So Kalen lowers his greatsword in his left hand and then reaches over onto his shoulder and flicks a dagger straight at the flesh golem.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh.
That's what I wanted. And he will say, I said casters in the back. And this will be combat superiority maneuvering attack. Which means I will deal an extra d8 damage, and I will choose an ally that can immediately move and not provoke attacks of opportunity. And I will be choosing Lorelei.
Thank you.
Bye.
You said I can move immediately?
Yes.
Okay.
18 points of slashing damage that does nothing.
Nothing.
But it looked cool.
Yeah, it just sticks in the flesh and doesn't actually affect him.
So I will fill that spot and then look over at Asol and say, move.
Uh-huh. Lorelei, it is your turn.
All right. Lorelei does a fun little spin and a switch leap to get out of her spot and into this other doorway. And she
It would have been half your movement, so
that's
as
about
long as
yeah, that's
yeah. Okay.
believe.
I was just looking
have-
up the distance.
Yeah. So that's right. Yeah. Yep, that's perfect. Okay. So she gets to there and is absolutely horrified of that giant mound of flesh. And will I don't know if this will work, but will quietly in primordial start whispering some incantations and will dig through her pockets and smash an Eye of Newt in her hand and cast Hex on the flesh golem.
Okay.
And then she will fling an Eldritch Blast kind of frantically at him.
That
For 16?
totally hits.
Yeah.
for 10 damage.
So the force damage as well as the
I got
hex damage slams into him, and it all seems to affect this creature fully.
hell yeah. We love that.
Good work.
All right,
Thanks.
Quinn.
Because Colistrix and I are gonna do dick all this fight.
Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty true.
Yep.
Quinn will sort of slide.
Although I
Out of
think
the
you
way.
have a roll.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Slide out of the way a little bit as well.
If Ace Hole would get his a-hole out of the way, I could step in.
Still can't see the other feller, but that big ugly there, he's very big and ugly. So Quinn will again just go fumbling around in his pouch to pull out a sling stone, but instead of a sling stone, you notice he pulls out like a fist-sized diamond, and he fits it into place in his hoop pack, and he sort of flings it around, and a giant, like a 4-inch orb of acid comes out of the hoop. It sails and tries to at the flesh golem, and so this is chromatic orb. And I don't know why I rolled twice. I have the same problem with the clicky mouse. We'll go with the first roll 16.
That's to armor class.
Yes.
That
It's
will
just,
definitely hit.
Yeah. Gotta
So
target
go
him.
ahead and target him for the damage.
I thought he was targeted.
He was not. Now
It's
he
not
is.
letting me target him.
Your target. Oh, you had it. Now you don't.
Now
Now you
we
do.
go. All right, I see it. Okay. I was not looking at the tracker there for a second. So there we go. That's 11
Ooh.
points of acid damage as the
Mhm.
orb hits it and sizzles and burns away the flesh.
And this obviously works because it's literally he's made of flesh and acid will penetrate that. So it sizzles. We are back to the top of the round for Gil.
Gil sees all these people using their weapons to no effect, and he's like, gears are turning in his head. So he's like, all right, I'm going to move over here to see if I can see the dude. I cannot. So I'm going to stand right there. I am going to target him. But what he does is he points his bow at him, but closes his eyes and whispers a silent prayer. And instead of the sacred flame coming from the sky, a radiant arrow appears in his bow, and he fires that through the air in hopes that it affects the golem. Why did that roll twice?
Because he has magic resistance.
Ah, there you go. And he makes it so it probably hits him, but like he absorbs it or nothing happens. So he looks
Nothing
really frustrated.
Yeah.
Immune to damage, magic resistance. This is some bullshit.
Yep. Yep. Oh, it gets worse. Sol, you're up.
What did you mean by that, real quick? Just asking.
Nope.
When you said it gets worse. No. Okay.
I mean, this fight doesn't get worse.
Take a disengage action.
Gil.
That's my role. Fucking tactician here.
I would love to target the flesh golem. There we go. I'm going to
You
move
have-
my spiritual weapon.
You have yourself targeted.
Stop hitting yourself.
Thank you. Come on now. It will not let me untarget myself. Great.
I got you.
Thank you. I will move my spiritual weapon up onto the flesh golem
Okay.
as a bonus action.
Gonna move
And
this
that
other one from earlier.
Oh,
will be a 2 to hit, even though on my screen that was a 20.
That'll
rolled off
miss.
now.
I will then, of my totally uninfluenced opinion, take the disengage action.
I I'm doing this because I want to, not because you told me to.
And I will step there.
All right.
And
All right. I have a multi-attack.
Hurt me, daddy.
Yep.
Wait, didn't I die to a flesh golem last campaign?
Yes,
It was a clay golem last time.
you're right. You're right.
Does a 22 hit?
Oh yeah.
It slams its fist down into you, doing 11 points of damage.
So what have we learned about standing in front of golems?
Thing.
Second attack
Yep.
is a 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
God.
No.
Oh, God. It pile drives you, and you see the Herringon just crumple at its feet.
Oh boy.
Shepherd.
And he will.
So okay,
step into the room.
before we move on, any loved ones, husbands, tragic backstories, other bullshit that we need to know about before we move on?
Nope.
Nope, not at the
To
moment.
be fair, even if there was, Kaylin doesn't remember it anyway.
Perfect, great, good old what's his name? Fuck that guy. All right, you're coming back.
I'm not dead.
Stepping out of the
Yes.
corner.
You're about to be. He's about to go fist like elbow deep into your guts.
Whoa!
Is that a heron golem?
I'll really be
About to
hair
be.
and gone.
I have a terrible idea, but it just might work.
Is it a harebrained scheme?
Oh no!
That one was really elite.
He kind of wraps or spins his hands in fast succession and creates a ball of necrotic energy and hurls it
No.
at a soul.
I'm about to say, I think I know who that's going towards.
Hair today and gone tomorrow.
Is it 21 hit?
21 hit.
Okay, Scott, you got to stop pulling out these abilities I've never heard of.
System shock.
This creature is from this book.
Okay, that's why.
Yep.
Jeez.
So 14 points of damage. We have a system shock roll, but you made your constitution save, so you are not in shock of any
Yeesh.
kind.
No, just guttural pain.
Just lots and lots of pain.
Oh yeah, a lot of pain.
Pain. Elspeth, your turn.
That literally kills me in one hit.
I'm the most dangerous soul alive.
All right. Well, we're Dicey Decisions. Good night.
I'm so glad I
Hey,
got
Scott,
to
if
play
you
in this
didn't want to,
campaign.
if you didn't want to do this, you could have just told us.
Right, you didn't have to go to the trouble of setting
This
up
is
this whole
exactly
campaign.
what I wanted to do.
That's why you've been saying, I can kill you all day. Okay.
Hey,
He had us
you
write
at
these
least let us have
convoluted
one fight.
backstories the whole time. He's like, you don't need these.
You have
Now your
amnesia.
turn.
Don't worry about it. That's not part of the module. It was just him saying, "Don't waste your time."
It will all make sense, I swear. Cal, it's your turn.
Calistric jumps over Kalen, plants himself in front of this thing again. Before he does, he flicks up his maul with his little technique. He flicks up with his foot up into his hand, jumps across, and with the maul, he swings.
Nice.
21.
Totally hits.
See if the maul does any damage. That is
Guess what it doesn't.
11.
Guess what? It doesn't.
Doesn't do any damage.
Bonk.
Calistric is stunned with his impotence, but he's going to go ahead and pump another psionic die into it to give him some mental or force damage. And that's another 5.
Which he does take, so.
Wow.
All right. Vora.
Okay, I'm gonna do guiding bolt again.
Okay.
Forrest starts looking down the hall towards the door.
Totally hits.
I don't think I really know these people all
Yeah.
that well.
Shit.
The bracelet was just, it was it's not that important. Okay, so I hit.
Mhm.
Nice. Only clicked it one time.
That's wow, Yahtzee.
Damn. Go ahead and click the effect as well. There you go.
Okay, and as a bonus action, I'm going to. I guess I need to target Kaylin. I was gonna cast Healing Word.
You cannot do that and Guiding Bolt in the same round because they are both leveled spells.
Okay, well, fine. I was gonna help you, but I guess not.
Fair.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm gonna roll 20 on this.
Yeah,
That's safe.
every time.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
I got this.
Okay.
Kaylin, it's your turn. I have it turned off so that you have to actually make the roll.
Oh. Okay.
I hate that.
Well, then it's your dice. It's not me.
Oh,
It's
that's
not the
fair.
computer.
It looks like a 1 and a 7, but that's actually a 2 and a 0.
No.
You cast minor illusion. That's what happened.
So that is one death save.
Yep, that's a success.
Lorelai.
Well, Lorelai just looks at the rabbit on the ground
Mm-hmm.
and so is someone gonna help that guy? And she's just with another swirl of her wrist, fling an eldritch blast at this flesh golem.
You're not sure, but the rabbit his spine might be broken. Like,
I'm not a doctor.
it's bad.
I'm not trained in
Ooh,
nature
an
or
11?
medicine.
That does hit.
That's crazy.
This is a big bag of flesh. He's pretty easy to hit.
For 10 points of damage.
He definitely takes that damage. Anything else?
Calistric
that's
looks
it.
so confused.
Quinn.
Alrighty. Well, let's see here. Okay, so Diamond's still in the Hoopak sling. Feeling really good about the way that orb worked. So Quinn will fling another one at the flesh golem.
Nice.
So 22. And as this orb floats through the air, kind of wobbling, sizzling ball of acid, it splits itself into two. And the other orb continues on past the golem and goes for the herald.
Nice. Nice
Ooh.
twin spell.
Mm-hmm.
Eee! All right, so damage first for the golem.
Mhm.
Take 9 points of acid damage. Sizzle,
Okay.
sizzle.
You did not
sizzle.
have him targeted, so I will add that.
Sorry about that. I thought
No
he
worries.
was. I think I clicked too many times with target on and turned it back off.
Mhm.
All right, so this now against the herald. 19 on the die for
That will hit.
5. And also acid, so he can have
Ooh, yeah.
14 points of acid damage as the sizzles some of that lower jaw away.
If it hits the lower jaw, you notice that it melts like wax off of his flesh.
That's cool.
Ew.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And I will just kind of keep swirling my sling.
All right. Nicely done. We're at top of the round. Gil.
All right. Gil sees what's going on. Yeah, I can't do much against this guy. He knows
neither.
it. He's not. So he kind of realized where he's at. He's like, you know what? That trick worked once. He's going to close his eyes, tap his bow against the ground, and activate Starlight Step again. And this time, pop into the room behind this guy, right there.
You have to be able to see it from where you started?
I just have to be able to see the space I'm moving to.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And I will target him, and I pop in behind him as I coalesce and try to stab him through the back with my rapier.
Okay.
And that is a 19.
That'll hit.
Yes, sir.
For 4.
All right.
I got his attention. I whisper,
You definitely have his attention.
I'm right here.
Hey, 4 is more than 0.
That is
That's
correct.
all.
A soul.
All right.
A
First
soul.
things first. I'm
The
gonna,
name's Dumas.
I'm going to go ahead and move my signature weapon and swing it yet again at the flush golem to start.
Okay.
Using my bonus action. 15 on the die for a total of 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
Perfect. He will take 8 points of force damage. Nope, 6 points. My bad.
Okay. Yep. It slams into him, and he is obviously affected. Now what?
Perfect. I will then turn and reach my one hand down as I go onto one knee and cast Cure Wounds on our Haragon friend.
Time to pet the bunny.
Yeah,
Put the buddy back in the box.
it's okay. It'll be the last thing I do. I'm having a hard time targeting right now, so if you could do that for me, that would be amazing.
Okay.
You can
Apparently,
actually drag the heel
none of us know how to target.
onto the combat tracker or even onto the token. Like if you drag the dice.
Interesting.
I've got you on.
Perfect. Go ahead and only heal 4 hit points. Scratch that 9.
Because you double clicked.
Yeah.
All right.
I will then do nothing.
Uh-huh.
Because I was going to use his reaction, but he would get it right back.
Uh-huh.
So I will pass.
All right. So let me see. The flesh golem. You attacked him, Cal, and did some damage with your psychic.
I did.
The spectral compass also hit him. He could try to attack that.
No, the flesh golem's going to go after Cal. Calatrix.
Calistric.
First attack.
Miss me.
Misses you with a 10.
I block it with my
Second
maw.
attack is a 19.
He crushes me to my knees.
For 16 points of damage. System shock roll of an 18, so you are not under shock of any kind.
Nice.
All right.
Still really hit me hard.
Yes, he did. The Herald turns around at you, Gil.
Yep. Howdy.
Will target you. Balls up the necrotic energy in his hand again and reaches to touch you with it. Does a 10 hit.
Does not.
He does so a second time.
Mean.
And a 9 will miss. So after missing you twice, he will kind of just close his eyes for a brief second, think really hard, and go incorporeal.
Okay.
He's still there.
Okay.
But he's got an incorporeal body now, so that will affect what can affect him.
Yeah. Okay.
So now the rest of him matches his jaw.
Or kind of, yes.
Except
All
it's
right.
not dripping.
Calistric.
Me again. Rig. All I can do is just take his punches. No, I can't keep doing that. So let's see. Damn it. Is there a move that I could do to try to trip this thing? Is there anything mechanically that a fighter can do to trip somebody?
Only the Battlemaster fighter. It's a maneuver.
So I can't. Even if I hack into his leg, he won't fall down. All right. I'm going to just maul him.
You could grapple and restrain him.
Oh, well, then I'll do that. Can I change that roll to a grapple?
If you want,
And
sure.
I'm going to just try to grab him and hold on. So that's a 19 to hit.
Well, it would be an athletics check, so take the
All right.
15 and double check. You might be higher if you have athletics bonus.
It's the same. 19.
Okay. All right, so he is opposing with his strength. He does not oppose you, so you have him grappled. That is an action to do. He is not restrained yet.
Right.
You would have to succeed another one. But he is grappled, which means he has a movement of 0.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to tackle him. I'm covered with blood and slime now. Hope somebody's got cleaning spell.
I do.
She does.
Vora.
I'm not gonna hurt Calistrix if I do Guiding Bolt again while he's got him grappled, right?
No, there's no chance.
Okay. I'm just sticking with what's been working right now. Trying to get this dude out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And he's already targeted, so 14.
That will hit.
Nice.
Nice.
11 points of radiant damage. He slams into him, and he is looking really terrible. Most of his flesh is hanging off in pieces and chunks right now.
Got it in my hands, but
where it's not bubbling.
Yeah.
Nice job, Vora.
Thank you.
All right. Kaylin, you are prone.
Real quick, just because this is the first time in my life I've ever been able to do this. Justin, you were wrong about a ruling. There is the shove action in which you can knock someone prone. That's all. That's it. That's the meme. I had a chance to unactually you, and I had to take it.
You're in Indiana right now, right?
They have dropped the IP address and everything.
Yeah. Actually, the police are on their way.
I'm gonna stand up and make a great sword attack on Asol.
What an asshole!
I assume you're standing up regardless. So
I'm gonna use my second rabbit hop of the day and jump back 10 feet.
Okay.
Reach into my pack, pull out a flask of oil.
Assuming that jump, since I'm new to this racial feature, does not provoke.
I will verify before making a poor decision. As a bonus action, jump a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency without provoking opportunity attacks.
That's what we needed to see.
Yep. So I'm going to reach in, grab a clay pot, which is full of oil, and I'm going to chuck it at the flesh golem. This counts as an improvised weapon. So
Okay.
I do not get my proficiency on this. So this will be a straight strength roll.
So you're trying to create this difficulty in the wrestling. Oh damn!
It doesn't do any damage. That's the problem. It covers him in oil, and he says, "Shepherd, light him up."
And I slip right off.
So if he takes fire damage, within the next 2 rounds, it deals an additional 5 points of fire damage.
Nice. With that natural 20 on that check, though, a memory comes back to you of your choosing.
So those same friends that I was playing with, it kind of, it's hazy a little bit, but no longer in the woods, but around circus tents. And these kids are running through and throwing tomatoes at each other. And they're playing and throwing tomatoes, and that's where the pitching motion comes from for this flask of oil, where he just throws it with unerring accuracy. And in his memory, he sees throwing this tomato and smacking a kid in the chest and knocking him over.
Nice. So, along with this memory, you definitely know that you are a native born of the Feywild. Like, that is a memory from home.
How neat. Guys, I'm a fairy.
We know this.
I'm very topic, y'all. All right. Lorelai.
I don't see your wings. And then she
The way he holds
will-
his wrist.
Wish and flick.
She will just flourish her wrist again and send out another Eldritch Blast at this golem.
If it's in a, is
Oh,
Lorelai a fairy
God.
too?
That will
that
hit.
hit. Nice.
All right.
Wow.
For 5 points. Oh, 8 points of damage.
And you see this thing finally crumple to the ground in just a mound of fleshy parts.
Perfect. And then she'll turn her sights onto the Herald of Dust and glare at him and whisper a few more words in Primordial and bonus action to move her hex to him instead.
All right. Gwyn.
Well,
Light it up.
it's lit. It no longer exists to light up, but the Herald does, and he's still also very scary. And so I'm just going to keep the diamond right where it's at, and I'm going to fling another orb. That's a 12, which will miss. So
that'll
my
miss.
orb goes sailing into the room beyond,
Mhm.
and that's all. That's all I need.
All right. Top of the round for Gil.
All right. Well, so far so good. He's getting a little nervous, but he has his rapier out still. He sees that the golem is gone, so that kind of gives him a little bit of relief. But he's just gonna move here now, just one step over, just to keep this guy kind of guessing and moving. And he's gonna try to stab him again. Thrusts his rapier out, trying to hit him in the knee this time. That is a 23.
That will
Right in
definitely
the
hit.
knee.
Right in the knee for 8 points of damage.
And
I
he,
will no longer be an adventurer.
Exactly. And
His knee-
as Gil pulls the rapier out, he leans over to him and says, "No matter what happens, you're not walking away from this."
you see he has a look of pure bliss at that statement.
Okay, that's kind of creepy.
It's a death cult.
You're not
It's a-
walking away. You could crawl away. You
It's
could
a
fly
death
away.
cult.
Roll
He's
away.
like, you're giving. It's Christmas, man. You're giving
It's
him what
Christmas.
he's always wanted.
Yep,
He gets to get to the real life.
exactly. So
A soul will move his spiritual weapon over to start and have it
Even
go
Corin's
and,
calling him asshole now.
and bang him across the head.
You act like that
Alright,
wasn't.
roll.
You act like that wasn't Corn's plan all along.
That's true.
So it will take 9 points of force damage from
That
the.
slams into it. He's not looking good.
And then I will try and bring him home with a simple ring of the book to his head using Toll the Dead. Sorry, apparently the double click is infectious. Either
Apparently.
way, he succeeds.
He succeeded.
I will then take my movement to go back to where I know is safe.
Okay.
Into the room.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Where are you moving?
I wish my computer would let me move. I'm trying to figure that out.
Are you trying to go north?
No, I'm trying to go west.
Oh, this way?
Back into the morgue where
Yes.
we came from. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
perfect.
Great. All right. He goes, and he still has Gil here. So
Yes,
he
he
is going
does.
to attempt to. Actually, would he? Yes, he would. Attempt the same thing. He summons the ball of necrotic energy and slams it into you and misses with the first one. Second one. Oh, he comes corporeal to do this.
Okay.
And then he misses you a second time. Then he will use a bonus action and go incorporeal one more time.
Okay.
Kalistrik.
Kalistrik will run in. This guy's like ghostly right now?
Correct.
Who is this in the way? Oh, that's me. I'm in my way. I'm going to hold an action to swing at him when he becomes corporeal.
That's profound.
You're ready in an action to hit him if he becomes corporeal.
Correct.
Okay. Vora.
Vora is going to move this way, and on the way to the room, she's gonna scan the floor to see if she sees your bracelet where the golem exploded.
You do. You're standing right over it.
Okay. Can I pick it up? Does that take?
Yeah,
me-
that's interact with object.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
It's a little oily.
yeah.
Yes, it's a little oily.
And gross, bloody, and whatnot.
The Heralds of Dust guy, is he incorporeal right now?
He is.
Okay. Can we see the spiritual?
You totally
weapon?
can see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You're standing on him,
Well, I don't see him.
in him. You're in him.
I can't see him from here. I don't know why. It's like all dark.
The doorway's a little weird with line of
Okay.
sight.
He's right here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
a little strange.
I'm gonna cast spiritual weapon,
Okay.
and I would like it right
I
over
have-
him.
I targeted him for you, so go ahead and
Thank
roll
you.
the attack.
She's getting a ghostly beat down from all
Ew.
these different weapons.
That key does not hit him.
Bill. That's what I got.
Anything else?
No.
All right, Galen.
And I come this way, and yeah, that door sucks.
Yeah.
And
I don't know why it's doing that.
reach behind in the middle and flick another dagger at this dude.
Okay. I'll target him for you since
I
the
think I
door-
have him targeted. Yeah.
You do.
Can I offer you an 8?
That will miss.
Well, that's unfortunate. And I'm done.
All right. Lorelei.
Right. I have put my hex on this man, and she will just do another like graceful bend on her staff and fling another Eldritch Blast. Oh, or not. Another nat 1. You know, just my third of the night.
We're just getting
Change
them all
dice.
out now. It's like episode
Is
1.
that like
Nat
8?
1.
Is that like 8 this episode?
It's 6.
It's 6.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Guys, it's a theme. It's a theme.
We rolled a
Yeah.
bunch on initiative too, though.
It's
That
At
episode
least
counts.
this time, Sean didn't roll 95% of them.
Right, they weren't all mine this time. Literally all mine.
All right, Quinn, see if you can wrap this up.
Well, I'm just so happy at the new word I learned tonight. So I will beseech Lunatari for aid again. And again, the ghostly moonlight will sort of fill the area, and we will have him make a dex save. And you succeed. Okay,
It does
fine.
succeed.
Good. One of these days you're going to fail a dex save. It's going to be cool. All right, that's it.
All right, top of the round, back to Gil.
All right. He is incorporeal right now, correct?
He is.
I guess she's not the trickster goddess for nothing.
Points the bow at him, grips the bow, and the radiant arrow appears, and he will try to reach out and touch someone with the arrow, with the sacred flame. Here, yes, I have him targeted. He fails.
He fails that save.
And takes 1 point of radiant damage. Hey, but at least it worked.
It's a radiant
All right.
tickle.
And as a bonus action, I will disengage.
Okay. A soul.
Yes, I'm going to move back towards the room as I still hear combat.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to just use my spiritual weapon to try and hit her.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take the first roll, my bad. And with an 8, I will miss.
You will miss.
Then I will do the cleric bread and butter and just try to toll the dead.
Fail.
Aha! Roll above a 1. That works. 2 points of damage.
As you hear the book slam, you see the look on this woman's face is just one of pure bliss and joy as they crumple down to the ground.
Well,
That's not the
Everyone-
reaction I expected.
everyone okay?
Anybody need
Not really.
anything? I can help.
Sort of looked
I
at-
point at Kalen. He died.
Didn't die. I fell unconscious. There's a difference.
I don't know. You
Good.
look pretty dead. I don't think your body's supposed to bend that way if you're not, trained.
Calistric
could
will
use a
take a
nap.
knee. Yeah.
Yeah,
Calistric will
I'm
take a
gonna
knee.
go to the Dusty, and I'm gonna see if they have anything on him that belongs to any of us.
So,
Her, you said.
Aura had gotten back your
Bracelet.
bracelet,
Yeah.
right? Did I put that in your inventory? Yes.
Okay.
That was the only personal item that you saw. This room hasn't been checked yet.
Right. But I will search just search the body of the Herald of Dust just to see what she's got.
Okay.
If
You do find a small key
Okay.
on them. And in the room as well, you also find a scalpel that can basically is a dagger if anybody needs a dagger.
Nice.
As well as a partially used healer's kit that has 3 uses left.
Okay.
Please.
I'm gonna go pick up my 2 daggers and put them on my back sheaths.
If we're sitting down, not in there.
Oddly enough, the bed in that first room was actually quite comfortable.
I'll grab that key.
Can I
The
cast
metal slab?
Can I cast healing word on Kaylin?
Yes, but for the spell slot purposes, Cure Wounds is actually more effective.
Okay, I'll do.
It
Cure
has the
Wounds.
potential to heal more damage.
All right,
If you have it prepped.
I do.
Okay.
Nice.
There you go, little buddy.
Remind me how a healing kit works.
I
Auto
think it
stabilize
just
unless you have the
stabilize.
healer feat.
Mhm.
Auto stabilize. Okay, got it.
As
Yeah.
an action, you can spend one use to stabilize a creature that has 0 hit points without needing to make a Wisdom medicine check.
Gotcha. Okay.
I do think a rest might actually prove useful. One, because we just got beat up, and two,
Well,
there's just
I don't recommend us going back to the room we started in because that floating head said that they thought we were dead, so it's possible they would come checking on the bodies.
I don't think we have the wherewithal to sleep, but maybe just a short breather.
No, agreed. Not in here though. Let's go to the other room.
Yeah, the room with the
Yeah, it stinks in here.
squishy skeletons.
The coat closet.
Does it stink in this room that we're in, that I'm in now?
It just has weird.
The room that stinks is the room you just went in.
Yeah, I just
The
wasn't
north
sure if this
one.
room also stinks.
No.
it just smells like dust.
It's just creepy.
I
with the
smelled it.
dolls.
I just sneeze a little bit.
Never mind the voodoo dolls.
As we're all kind of gathering up in here, Quinn is just idly like gathering up papers, scraps, anything, and just sort of stuffing it in his bag.
Are you a hoarder?
Did we check the other room for the items?
I like books.
Yeah, we didn't find anything in
Yes.
there that you said we didn't. Wait, did we look in there?
Yeah, you found a
Nope.
key.
Did we look in the room?
I thought you found a
The
little
key, yeah, right. We found the key, the healer's kit. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, all these rooms have been searched. You have all the things thus far. You are still missing several personal items
Mm-hmm.
as well.
I'm
But
gonna sit
three
down
of
and
the 7 have been returned to their person.
I'm gonna sit down and start wiping all the gunk off of my bracelet.
I'm
Okay.
gonna sit down and wipe the gunk off me.
I'll kind of wiggle my fingers at your bracelet, and all of the gunk will just.
I'll wiggle my fingers at Calstrick, and all of the gunk will kind of.
My many thanks to you.
Thank you.
I
So
walk
our
over-
intention is to take a short rest, DM.
Yeah.
Excellent. So as you guys decide to take a quick breather, your attention all within that time frame of the rest are drawn back to the cards that you found when you first woke up. And that's where we're going to end tonight's episode.
Okay.
Do you
Good
want
job,
us to
everybody.
hit dice before we end?
Yes, go ahead and take the short rest now. I'll click the short rest
Mhm.
button and all of that, so your powers will reset. We don't have to remember that a week from now.
Mechanically, I am using my channel divinity to regain a spell slot before the short rest.
Please just make sure you track all those trackable things.
Yep.
All right. That's episode 1 of the new campaign in the bag, everybody. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you people that have watched it or will be watching it on YouTube later on enjoy it. Super excited to get to know these characters, see how their stories mesh with each other and unfold as we reveal more memories as they move along. And they figure out what the hell is going on and why are they here. All right, everybody.
Well
Good
done,
night.
folks. Night. Thanks, Scott.
Right.
Good night.
Like,
Later, guys.